Hi, Cody. I am not centered. You would think sitting here for 10 minutes as I have been, I would be, myself would be settled, but I'm not. I'm a mess, as always. How are you? How's it going? I'm tired. Happy the week is over. I'm so happy this weekend. I see my friends. I get to see the boy. I'm very excited to see the boy. And I have D&D. Oh, it's gonna be a good weekend. A 10 out of 10 weekend. Not good. I hope it's a 10 out of 10 weekend. I've got a cold that I'm fighting tooth and nail. Staying heavily drugged at all times. Because of course I do. Hell yeah, friends and boy whose nickname I don't remember we agreed on. I don't either. I don't love any of the nicknames we came up with anyway. But I feel weird calling him boy because I know Carly's not with boy anymore, but that's what we called Carly's boy back then. So it makes me hesitant to call him boy. I can't have two of my 3 friend groups making fun of me about him. Or giving him bad nicknames. Oh. Apple bottom blondie. I can't. It's better than the first one for sure. But not by a lot. I'm gonna have to tell him this when I see him. Apple bottom pie. Bad. Very bad. Oh my lord. Oh god. Oh, speaking of the devil. Ugh. I don't know. I'll have to come up with something better. I don't know. I won't. I don't remember who came up with any of them. I mean, because we had like Buttercup or Dandelion. Those were ones I remember we were throwing around, which I don't love. I don't remember what was the one that we made up with that was like my name. Like, or had my name in it. I don't remember what that one was. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll have a creative stroke of genius. I just don't want to like feel weird. He has a very generic name, but I feel weird saying it on the internet. Could we just call him Blonde Boy? Sure. We can call him Blonde Boy. BB. Blonde Boy. Blondie. Oh. He's my BB. Oh my god. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good week. It's been a long week. I've been cleaning my bedroom in stages and cleaning out, just like going through all of my clothing. I've got like 8 bags of clothes to like donate and or my mom sell. That are so many dresses. I cleared so many dresses out of my closet that don't fit me. That was a real exercise in humility as I tried on dress after dress after dress, and they did not fit me, and I was like, oh, ow. Luckily, a lot of them were hand-me-down dresses, so they were not dresses I had bought for myself. But it was still sad because they were nice dresses. But I'm seeing some friends tomorrow for a little bit, and I'm gonna see if any of them fit them and want them, because they are nice. I'm gonna go shopping in my hand-me-downs. But eventually, I'm gonna rearrange some of the furniture in my bedroom. That's gonna be real nice. I'm looking forward to doing that. And I'll have more space, more floor space. Like move around and do shit in my bedroom. That'd be so nice. And push my bed up against the corner, up in the corner, so that I'm like against the wall, be nice and cozy. Cause it's just me. It's just me. I don't need to have it in the middle of the room. Nobody's getting in on the other side of that bed. It's just me. Anyway, I'm rambling, as I always do. This week, we're gonna finish the orca case, hopefully. I can't imagine that we won't. There's 2 more court parts. Hold on. I'm gonna check that before I eat my words, like I did last time. Yes, there's 2 parts. And then we'll start whatever the next case is. I think it's the space station one. Yeah. Which I think is a little bit of a sad one from what I know. What do I remember about the case we're on now? The orca got accused of murder, and we defended her in court because it's Phoenix Wright, and he's crazy. And now the handler girl, pirate girl, is being accused, and I think it's the vet guy who did it. That's my guess. Because it's always the person that they introduce in Act 2. It's always the new NPC. Alright. I apologize in advance for me blowing my nose. But I got fucking cold. Some mango. And get into it. Sorry if you can hear me chewing. Oh god, what was her voice? What? The ship's doctor and Azura were romantically involved? Well, that's my theory, but I don't actually know if it's true. If it's really true. Azura would never get involved with that god-awful ship's doctor. But I do admit, they were friends. But would Azura send Dr. Crab video, or would Azura, how do I say this woman's name? Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. Please, Attorney Wiki doesn't give me a pronunciation guide or whatever. I'm gonna go with Azura. Would Azura send Dr. Crab videos, I wonder? Videos? What do you mean? Azura used to send her boyfriend videos of herself teaching the orca tricks. I used to help Azura take the videos on her TV phone. I'm sure this is not the way I was saying it last week. This is an interesting bit of information. TV phone updated. So TV phones can shoot videos too, huh? My dumb phone sure can't. Phoenix, that's because you're using a Nokia. In the year of our Lord 2027, I believe. These phones are amazing. They can even record sounds you and I can't hear. All the equipment we use at Ship Shape Aquarium is high-tech. The ship's doctor sends away for all kinds of electronics. So all the high-tech stuff is Dr. Crab's doing, huh? Anyway, I still highly doubt Azura's boyfriend was the ship's doctor. Azura? I'm going with Azura. I don't even know how I said it before. I've forgotten. Anyway. But Dr. Crab found a charm yesterday, and he was really shaken by it. Charm? Hey, leave that alone. That belongs to Azura. Azura. Oh my god. I'm losing it. What was Azura's charm doing in Rifle's stomach? I don't remember. I don't think that was his voice, but I don't remember what his voice was. I think that was the rap guy's voice. I think he just maybe had a generic deep raspy whatever. Anyway, the charm looked just like your keepsake of Azura. Yeah, well, she did say she and her boyfriend had matching charms. Were the ship's doctor and Azura really a couple? I can't believe it. I think Dr. Crab will be called as a witness today. There are still so many unanswered questions. But I hope to solve them all in today's trial. I believe in you too. I know you can do it. And we will, Sasha. We promise. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Sasha Buckler. The defense is ready. Ah! Ready. And now I'm completely thrown off. Very good. It appears both the prosecution and the defense are ready. Yesterday it was proven that the orca was not guilty and that the victim fell to his death. Prosecutor Blackwell, did your investigation of the orca pool area turn up anything? It did. We found a bloodstain from the victim at the bottom of the pool. On this. Oh my, what a frightening looking rock. And you say it has a bloodstain on it? Just looking at it gives me the willies. So, can we assume that there was no water in the pool at the time of the incident? Very good. What a clever little deduction. Oh, well, it's nice to get a compliment from the prosecution for a change. Prosecutor Blackwell has completely tamed the judge with his carrot and stick approach. I guess I should have brought a few carrots of my own. Phoenix. Right, moving along. I have prepared a witness. Buckler was the only one who entered the room when there was no water in the pool. The witness will prove that. Come to the stand, witness. There's something about that man that reminds me of Dr. Stein. Is that his name? From Soul Eater? You know, that guy? Probably just the gray hair, but there's something about him. He doesn't look anything like him, but there's something about him that reminds me of Dr. Stein. Name and occupation. Peep. Dr. Herman. Sniper, stay in there. And who is that cute little creature? Such a restless bird, quite unlike Taka. Peep! Wow, Chalk went up for Taka. He shut Sniper up with a single sound. Son of a gun. Dr. Herman Crab, Ship-Shape Aquarium's veterinarian. And could you tell us the name of your cute little friend there as well? Your Honor, please focus on the case. But it's important to learn all we can about the witness, Judge. This is Sniper. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. She's the offspring of a penguin named Rifle. Sniper lives in my hair. She might cause a commotion now and then, but please try to ignore her. I was originally going to call the animal keeper to the stand, but he refused to testify, so I settled on the veterinarian. Now tell us, why was the defendant in the orca pool room when the water was drained? Cleaning the orca pool room. In the early morning hours of July 20th, Sasha was cleaning the orca pool room. Sasha and Jack Shipley, the owner, were scheduled to do the cleaning together. During the cleaning, the pool water is drained. While the cleaning was going on, Marlon was taking care of the orca in the show pool. The pool water would never be drained unless the pool was being cleaned. I don't like his face. And your claim is that the victim was made to fall to his death during the cleaning? Only Buckler and the owner had the security card necessary to enter the orca pool room. And we already know from the security company's record of card usage that the defendant was in the orca pool room during the time of cleaning. The witness's testimony and the record of the security card usage are conclusive evidence. Sure they are. So no one beside the defendant was at the scene, and the water in the pool was drained. Uh-oh. The judge already seems to be leaning toward the other side. We have to strike fast. Your Honor, we're ready for our cross-examination now. Oh, yes, of course. Please proceed then. The power of youth comes in handy at times like these. Spoken like the true old man you are, Phoenix. Old man at heart.
Hold it!
There's no possibility it would be drained at any other time other than during cleaning? None. Ugh. Shot down with a single word. Why are you so certain? Think about it. If the pool water were drained, what would happen to the orca? I'm going back to that skater boy voice, surfer boy voice. The poor thing. Whose side are you on, Athena? Exactly, young lady. Without water, Orla would be alright for a short period of time. But anything longer than that would pose serious risks. She could even die. So the fact that Orla is alive and well is proof the water wasn't drained on her. Oh, God. Okay. Tacos and sushi. Tacos and sushi. And allergy medication. Friday. Everybody take your meds. If you haven't already. Just not want to go down. I'm gonna look at the court record first. Should have done that earlier. Okay, we have the whistle. A fish. Why do we still have the fish? I don't know. The walkie-talkie can be used to broadcast inside the aquarium. Okay. The video. Still not going to play hard. TV phone. Contusion from head trauma, thought to be 65-foot fall. Bruised all over, sailing to pool bottom is 100 feet. Blood head received after death. Okay. Killer whale nonfiction. from the show pool during cleaning time. The victim struck it when he fell to his death. Okay. Move from the show pool during cleaning time. That's going to be important. Rhymes, handprints. Data. Rilla didn't eat anything. That's right. The orca pool and the show stage pool are next door to each other. The hoist runs between the two to move the orca equipment back and forth. When the intensive cleaning is done, the orca is moved to the show stage pool first. So the water is only drained while the pool is being cleaned. Please add that information to your testimony. If there were no water in the pool, the orca could die. Okay, yeah. What the fuck would I present to that?
Hold it!
I guess you're right. Son of a gun, then why did you harp on it so? The defense loves to make a fuss over nothing. You do like to stir up trouble, don't you, Mr. Lawyer? Just like this one. Beep, beep, beep. How rude. Don't compare Mr. Wright to Sniper. Granted, his suit may make him look a little like a penguin. Athena, is that what she really thinks of me? I wish Sniper and Mr. Baby Chick would both stop all the peeping and cheeping. Miss Baby Chick? How dare you? No, wait. That actually sounds pretty cute. Athena. Wow, he just got away with calling a young woman a chick in court. Somehow we have to show that the water could have been drained at some other time. If we don't, Sasha will be the only one under suspicion. There must be a hint somewhere. I better look through the evidence again. Okay. Care. The train house is being cleaned and water could die. It's gotta be this one. Obviously. It's the added statement. So what am I presenting? No. 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 How about we not? No. No. Losing the shovel during cleaning. Pool bottom photo. But the water in this and it's drained. Oh god.
Objection!
If the water in the pool is drained, you say the orca could die. But is that necessarily true? What are you talking about? There is a way to let the water out without harming the orca, isn't there? Your Honor, please allow me to submit this photograph. Oh, this is... As you can see, there is no water around the Skull Rock area. With the pool in this state, the victim could have been made to fall to his death. However, there is water on the other side of the partition. And Orla looks just fine. Son of a gun. In other words, if the partition is set up at the bottom of the pool, the water can be drained without doing Orla any harm. You're implying the water could have been drained at a time other than during cleaning? Yes, there is that possibility. Dr. Crab is shaken. Looks like he has something to hide. Could this have something to do with the calendar note about meeting with the victim? It might. I'll submit it to the judge. Your Honor, please take a look at this calendar. You waved that around in court yesterday. No need to drag out your souvenir today. Actually, I'd like you to make note of the entry for the day of the incident. Let me see here. Meet the captain at the orca pool at 7 a.m. This note is about a meeting planned with the victim. What? The defense would like to argue that at the time of that meeting, the pool may have been drained of its water. Whose calendar is that? It belongs to Dr. Herman Crab. Isn't that right, Dr. Crab? Son of a gun. So you suspect me, do you? What is the meaning of this calendar entry, Dr. Crab? Explain yourself. Fine. I was supposed to meet Jack at the orca pool at that time, but I ended up not going. So you're saying you simply broke your promise? You can't get out of it that easily. I believe you have some explaining to do.
Objection!
Your blade is sharper than I thought, right, Dono? But your cut was shallow, a mere surface scratch. There's a saying amongst prisoners. Do not see, hear, nor speak to smooth-talking lawyers. If you think the witness is suspicious, show your proof. Ugh, calendar alone isn't good enough, huh? I have to prove the victim could have fallen to his death at that 7 a.m. meeting time. Let's put our heads together, boss. The victim could have fallen during cleaning when the pool was completely drained. Or, using the partition, it could have been at 7 a.m. with the water partially drained. What would be the major difference in circumstances between these two possibilities? What circumstance was different? The answer could really tell us something. What circumstance was different? The orca was there. I mean, the other two are obvious. If the murder occurred at a time other than during cleaning, the orca must have been there. Oh, you're right. That would mean that Orla witnessed the murder. What's this? You're sheathing your sword so soon. Stop yammering to each other and show me how you wield your sword. Alright then. My sword is poised and ready. If the murder was committed at a time other than during cleaning time, then Orla must have been present at the scene. If I can prove that the murder happened right in front of Orla, then I can prove that Miss Buckler is not guilty. I'm almost done the mango. I promise. You don't have to listen to me eating this for much longer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, are you implying that the orca was a witness to the crime? That is exactly what I'm implying. And how do you intend to prove the orca witnessed the murder? What are you going to do? Put the orca on the stand and cross-examine her? Blackwell, we've done weirder. This is a critical point. I better think about it carefully. The defense will. Oh, God. I don't think we're gonna cross-examine Orla. That would be a little bit insane. The parrot could at least talk. I guess I'm gonna present evidence. What evidence? No idea. But evidence nonetheless. Defense will present evidence that will prove Orla witnessed the murder. You're going to present evidence? Knowing the defense, I thought surely you would try to cross-examine the orca. I must say I'm a little disappointed. Gee, sorry to get your hopes up, Your Honor. Very well, let's see this evidence then. What evidence shows that the murder took place right in front of the orca? Maybe the blood all over her?
Take that!
This photo indicates that where we discovered luminol reactions yesterday. By accident, we got some of the luminol testing fluid on Orla. We were then very surprised to see luminol reactions on Orla's body.
Objection!
So what of it? There's nothing odd about that. As was discussed in yesterday's trial, the orca was bleeding. Traces of the orca's blood were also found on the skull rock. The orca must have injured herself when she rammed the rock. That cloud of blood Mr. Plume saw was from Orla headbutting the skull rock, was it? Okay. The luminol reactions you saw in the orca are most likely from her headbutt.
Objection!
But what's odd is the position of these blood stains. Please take a good look at the photograph. Yesterday, Mr. Plume said that the blood disappeared when Orla put on the hat. That testimony indicated that Orla's injuries were under the hat area. However, these luminol reactions are in two entirely separate areas from her injuries. These bloodstains can't be Orla's own blood from when she was headbutting. But then where did the blood come from? It's my firm belief that it's the victim's body. The victim was killed right in front of Orla, and the victim's blood splattered onto Orla's body. Now it finally all makes sense. Orla was a witness to the murder, so that's why. Orla? Wow, something's wrong with Orla. What? You're right, she's listless and she's sinking. There's one more fact that indicates Orla was a witness to the murder. There's more? The culprit was afraid Orla could somehow reveal what she witnessed. And that's why they did what they did. It's the only thing that makes sense. I have to present that evidence. The sleeping pill? The evidence that proves the culprit thought Orla was a dangerous witness.
Take that!
The defense would like to submit this evidence. What's this? It looks like some sort of medicine. It's a sleeping drug, Your Honor. A very powerful one. This sleeping drug was discovered in Orla's stomach yesterday. The culprit tried to drown Orla by putting her into a deep sleep. Tried to drown the orca? But why? Right, Dono. Are you trying to tell this court that the perpetrator tried to kill the orca off to prevent a witness from talking? You really expect to defeat me with that feeble attack? My sword has been drawn. I'm not about to sheath my evidence now. God, the innuendos. Orcas have an enormous potential for intelligence. The possibility that Orla could somehow manage to reveal the truth can't be denied. The culprit believed in this possibility, and that's why they tried to kill her. Dr. Herman Crab, you purchased this sleeping drug, didn't you? What? Does this mean the veterinarian tried to do away with the orca? This is gonna be too easy. It's gonna be somebody else, isn't it? God, what if it's Marlon? Is that his name? Yeah. The rap man. That would be out of left field. Who but a veterinarian would better know how to disguise an orca's death? He could even prevent the police from examining Orla's body. Why you? Are you actually accusing me of trying to murder the orca? How dare you? How dare you slander the noble profession of veterinarian? Eek. My goodness. One could cut the tension in this courtroom with a knife. God, I'm gonna sneeze again. I've been sneezing nonstop all day. Yes, I admit to purchasing that sleeping drug. However, it was subsequently stolen from my lab. That's such a flimsy excuse. It's the truth. What else can I say? Any one of the crew members could have entered my lab. I guess that weakens my evidence quite a bit. Besides, think about it for a minute. Who was it that treated Orla after she swallowed the drug? It was I. But as I recall, it took you quite a while to give that treatment. You didn't even come to your own. You didn't even come on your own. We had to go get you. Son of a gun. Just remember all sorts of little details, don't you, Mr. Lawyer? Kind of my job. The orca pool and the lab are far apart. It's little wonder he didn't know Orla's condition.
Objection!
Didn't know? That's highly doubtful. As far apart as they were, Dr. Crabbe still had a way to know all about Orla's condition. Defense would like to submit evidence that the witness knew about Orla's condition. It's this thing.
Take that!
A torpedo. Ugh, you just had to bring that up, didn't you? With this advanced data system, surely you would have known Orla's condition.
Objection!
Wait just 1 minute. What is this torpedo? Dr. Crabbe, how dare you bring a weapon of mass destruction into my courtroom? The torpedo, or Teleobservation Real-Time Pertinent Data Organizer, is a data system. Until yesterday, only Dr. Crabbe and Mr. Shipley knew about the torpedo. It isn't legally approved in this country, so it was kept secret from the police. It's illegal? Dr. Crabbe, I demand an explanation. Son of a gun. You and your big mouth, Mr. Lawyer. Yes, it's true. I'm using an illegal system to monitor the creatures at the aquarium. Look at Sniper with the... It's so cute. The system uses sensors like these, and yes, there's one in the orca pool too. These sensors send sound waves through the water to gather data on the creatures. If it finds abnormalities in their condition, the torpedo alerts me with a sound. Oh my goodness, how very high-tech. But if it's illegal, I will not turn a blind eye. This matter will be appropriately dealt with at a separate time. Now then, Mr. Wright, please continue. With the torpedo, I'm sure Dr. Crabbe noticed the danger Orla was in, but he made no attempt to come to her aid on his own. And the reason for that is that Dr. Crabbe wanted Orla dead. The torpedo didn't give me a warning message. That's why I didn't know there was anything wrong with Orla. The sensor in the orca pool wasn't working during the police's investigation.
Objection!
Can you prove that statement?
Objection!
What Blackwell? What is going on? What's with him? I guess this is also high tech for Prosecutor Blackwell, that it's making him a little funny. Funny? Yes, I find this all very funny. Witness, those sensors and sound waves. Sensors send sound waves through the water, correct? But what if there isn't any water? Then they wouldn't work. They would automatically switch off. I see. And where is the sensor in the orca pool located? I don't know. Jack is the one who attached it for me. You don't know? Then I will tell you. The police found a sensor just like the one you showed us. They found it attached to the table at the bottom of the pool. Table? Do you mean the table in this photograph? That's right. Don't you get it yet, right, Dono? The table is on the Skull Rock side of the partition. It's affixed to the bottom of the pool and can't be moved. Oh, so if the water was drained from the Skull Rock side of the pool? Precisely. Without water, the torpedo sensor would not work. Witness, when did that sensor automatically switch off? Hang on, I'll look it up. The only times lately were during cleaning 2 days ago and the investigation yesterday. Of course, I knew the pool would be drained while they cleaned it. But I had no idea they drained it for the investigation. No one let me know. That's why I didn't know about Orla's condition yesterday. So Dr. Crab really did want to save Orla. Did you hear that right, Dono? Yes, the water can be drained without harm to the orca if the partition is used. Excuse me. The water is drained from the Skull Rock side. The sensor turns itself off. The sensor was always on except for the cleaning and the investigation. It means there must have been water in the pool at all other times. It was never drained. In other words, no one but the defendant could have committed the crime. How about that? Just knocking shit over. I'm a mess. Please, just stay. Sorry. My Afrin is starting to wear off. This completely shatters the defense's argument. But... The fact still remains that Orla was nearly killed with Dr. Crab's sleeping drug.
Objection!
But aren't you forgetting one important question? When was the sleeping drug given to the orca? You're right, that hasn't been discussed yet, has it? The orca pool is the scene of the murder. The police were there all day yesterday. The only way to give the drug to the orca undetected is to put it in her food. Yesterday, someone gave the orca food during the trial. Someone did? I'm afraid I don't remember that. Can't remember who. You don't remember? You're not that old yet, are you? It was the defendant, Sasha Buckler. Oh. So was the orca that is the orca that stands accused, is it? Aw, she's waving her flipper at us. Maybe she's cheering us on. Orla, wish Phoenix and Athena luck. So your argument is that Miss Buckler is the one who gave the orca the drug. The prosecution's argument hasn't changed. Buckler made the victim fall to his death and then manipulated the orca to pin it on her. Still not satisfied, she further planned to kill the orca with the sleeping drug. I didn't hear any reports of Dr. Crab feeding Orla. Maybe she didn't have a hand in he didn't have a hand in Orla's attempted murder after all. Is there anybody else who could have fed Orla besides Sasha? If it's true the defendant is the only one who fed the sleeping drug, is the one who fed the sleeping drug to the orca, then that places even more suspicion on her than ever.
Objection!
The defense objects to the prosecution's claims. Well, you still haven't admitted defeat. Prosecutor Blackwell, I don't appreciate the way you only mention the parts that are convenient for you. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? The prosecutor failed to mention that Miss Buckler wasn't the only one to feed Orla. As you will all recall, there was another person who gave Orla food. Oh, you mean that person? Marlon? It's the only other fucking person who works there. Looks like Athena remembers now, too. Congrats, Sasha. Time to celebrate. Go on, eat up. Oh, yep, okay. Oh, Mr. Wright. No. I don't want to believe it either, but you can't ignore the truth. The other person who fed Orla during the trial was... Where is he?
Take that!
Please recall when Orla was found not guilty yesterday. Marlon Rhymes gave the orca a large quantity of food. If the sleeping drug was mixed in with that food, it could be given to the orca without arousing police suspicion. Now that you mention it, I do remember that flip-flopper feeding the orca. Flip-flopper.
Objection!
So you remembered, did you? I see the time for a true sword fight has come. I call Marlon Rhymes to the stand. Mr. Lawyer, both Miss Orca Lover and Marlon Rhymes are important members of our crew. I don't want to suspect either of them, but I'm ready to accept whatever truth you find. Here, take this. That charm. It's the charm that matches the one Azura Summers had, isn't it? So you Miss Summers were romantically involved, weren't you, Dr. Crab? What? No, of course not. Sorry to disappoint you, but this doesn't belong to me. At the time, I thought it was Azura's, so I grabbed it. Oh god, it wasn't Marlon's? But it wasn't hers. Now it's up to you, Mr. Lawyer, to figure out whose charm it is. I will. Thank you, Dr. Crab. After all, I'm interested in the outcome of this trial, too. Now then, please summon Marlon Rhymes to the witness stand. Was it Marlon? Did Marlon do it? Sorry? Oh, what's going on? Why is everyone making that face for? I haven't been watching the trial and nobody's told me anything. Ow. I need to put lotion on my face. Marlon Rhymes, you are under suspicion for the attempted murder of the orca. I see. Well, if it's already out. Mr. Rhymes? Is he really going to admit it? Fine, I'll tell the truth. Okay. What the hell is happening? The truth. Sasha is lying to protect that orca. At 3:30 a.m. on the 20th, there was still water in the orca pool. The incident happened before the orca was moved to the show pool. Orla killed the captain by bashing him 30 feet high and making him slam into the water. So I thought the orca should pay the consequences. Now we're back to the orca again. I did not see that testimony coming. Now wait just 1 minute. Yesterday Orla was proven innocent. Besides, you said Orla was in the show pool during the cleaning. I didn't want to sell Sasha out. That's why I didn't tell the truth. But the fact is, all three of us, the captain, Sasha, and me, were cleaning the pool room. But Dr. Crab and Miss Buckler both said you were at the show stage. Well, the only thing Dr. Crab knew about the cleaning was what I had told him. I didn't give him a whole lot of details either. Maybe he misunderstood. And Sasha's lying to protect the orca. She can't tell the truth. Sasha put blood on the skull rock herself to make a fake blood stain. I think it's pretty brave of her to let herself get arrested to protect the orca. Mr. Rhymes, how can you lie like that? It's the truth. Besides, wouldn't it be better for you if I wasn't lying? If the orca did it, you win your case. What? This is all very hard to believe. But if Mr. Rhymes' story is true, Miss Buckler would be innocent and the orca would be the killer. Meaning, if we turned our backs on Orla, we could save Sasha? Having a witness lie to save your own client. What a dirty, underhanded tactic, right, Tony?
Objection!
Yesterday, the defense proved Orla was not guilty. We have no intention of going back on our assertions now. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? All you gotta do is admit the orca did it, and Sasha goes free. Isn't a lawyer supposed to act in his client's best interest? But that wouldn't be acting in her interest. Miss Buckler believed Orla is innocent. Believes. And we, of course, believe Miss Buckler herself is innocent, too. Acting in the client's best interest is an important part of our job as lawyers. Using dirty means to win a verdict would destroy our client's faith in us. That's right. We believe in both Miss Buckler's and Orla's innocence. Huh? I just don't understand how you can treat a human and an orca equally. Sasha or the orca. You could only save one of them. I don't know about that. I think I can save them both. All I have to do is disprove your testimony. Oh yeah? Then go ahead and try. I will do just that. If I can't tear down his testimony, I won't be able to save both of them. I have to find a weak spot and start tearing. Okay. Okay. 30 feet high and making him slam into the water.
Objection!
When lies are piled on top of each other, contradictions start to emerge. This time is no different. Are you saying there's some kind of inconsistency in my testimony? That's exactly what I'm saying. You claim that the victim was sent flying about 30 feet into the air. But the autopsy report shows the apparent cause of death to be from a 65-foot fall. What? Additionally, in your testimony a moment ago, you said at 3:30 a.m. on the 20th there was still water in the orca pool. With the pool being 65 feet deep, there's only 30 feet between the water and the ceiling. If the pool was full of water, as you claimed, it would be impossible for the victim to fall about 65 feet, as the autopsy states. Mr. Rhymes claimed he was in the orca pool room, so he could make these statements. But the truth must be he was at the show stage, just as Dr. Crabbe and Sasha testified. I believe that brings us back around to the orca didn't do it. I didn't believe the witness's testimony from the outset. I am grateful to you, Right Dono, for shutting the witness up, as I thought the only person who could have killed the victim is Sasha Buckler. That fact still remains whether the witness was the one who tried to kill the orca or not. Son of a... Mr. Rhymes was right about one thing. His testimony was advantageous to our case, but pointing out the contradiction in his statement will only drive us into a corner. Prosecutor Blackpool has said suspicion against Ms. Buckler is now deepened. Uh-oh. If I don't do something fast, the judge is going to find Sasha guilty. Mr. Wright, isn't there anything we can do? There has to be a way to prove Sasha's innocent. At a time like this, the thing to do is turn my thinking around. Instead of trying to prove that Sasha couldn't have done it, I have to think about what made it possible for somebody else to have done it. As long as the crime scene is the orca pool room, then Sasha is the only one who could have committed the crime. No need for pity, your baldness. Just finish him off with a swift verdict. It appears the defense has no objections. Very well, I will give my verdict.
Hold it!
Your Honor, please hold off on that verdict. But you were so quiet, Mr. Wright. Do you have something to say now? The defense has a counter-argument. You do? Pitiful. Such desperation. You look pale. Are you sure you're prepared to make this counter-argument? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I'll never forget those words, no matter how many years go by. Even though it's probably just a bluff, I'll give it to them with a smile. Did Mia say that? What if the scene of the crime was somewhere else? The scene of the crime? Somewhere else? What? You're finding fault with the police investigation now. As I understand it, the prosecution's argument is as follows. The scene of the crime was the orca pool room. Only the defendant and victim entered that room when there was no water in the pool. Therefore, only the defendant could have committed the crime. That is correct. That is correct. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Got like a stitch in my side. But if the scene of the crime was not the orca pool room, then somebody other than the defendant could have committed the crime. Are you sure you know where you're going with this? I might not be too sure, but I can't back down now. Mr. Wright, I hope that I'm wrong, but this isn't one of your bluffs by any chance. Of course not. The judge knows me far too well. Do you have a theory on where the actual scene of the crime was? Yes, of course. Think, Phoenix, think. I mean, it's gonna be the showroom. Think of a place other than the orca pool room, where one could fall to one's death. By all means, share your theory with the court. Where was the real scene of the murder? The show pool.
Take that!
The show stage pool might have been drained of water at some point as well. If so, it would be just as possible to fall to one's death there as the orca pool. Right, Dono. What you're doing is a disgrace to your profession. I sincerely hope you have some basis for what you're suggesting. Of course I do. I will as soon as I think of something. The victim's body was found in the orca pool. How do you explain that?
Objection!
How about if, after the victim was killed in the show stage pool, his body was moved to the orca pool? How about if? What kind of presentation of your argument is that? Here's my theory. He got knocked out in the show, so that Skull Rock was at the show stage pool because they move it there during the cleaning. He gets knocked out, and then they take him in the pulley system and then drop him into the orca pool. And that's how he falls 65 feet and dies. And then they put the Skull Rock in there. But that's just a game theory. How about if? What kind of presentation of your argument is that? You would better have a reasonable explanation of how the body was moved. There's no turning back now. I have to think of a way the body could have been moved. The fucking pulley system! Yes.
Take that!
The hoist runs between the orca pool room and the show stage. The stretcher can be hung from the hoist to move things like Orla or the Skull Rock. The stretcher could have also have been used to move the dead body. Yes. If the stretcher can move the orca or the Skull Rock, it seems likely it could have moved a body as well. Wow, somehow that worked. I might just be able to pull this off. If the show pool was the scene of the crime, somebody else could have done it.
Objection!
You desperately spew conjecture, and now you you even make up a crime scene. Oh God. Not again! You don't have the soul of a warrior. You don't deserve to be on the battlefield. And even your fabrication is half-baked. It's a disgrace. What do you mean half-baked? The hoist can be operated from the orca pool room only. And the only person who entered the orca pool room was the defendant. So even if the body was moved, the only one who could have moved it was the defendant herself. It's wild to me that there wouldn't be controls for that hoist in the other room that the hoist goes to. So it comes back to the defendant no matter which pool it was. Meaning, I can't clear Sasha either way. Sasha said she moved Orla and the Skull Rock. And I believe her. So could it be possible that she moved the body herself without being aware of it? Mr. Wright, do you have an objection to the prosecutor Blackwell's claim? Do I have an objection to the claim the defendant moved the body? You bet I have one. Or I have no objections. I probably have one. That would be my guess. Do I have an objection to the claim that the defendant moved the body? You bet I have one is so dramatic. Do I have one? If we're going on the idea that she moved it without being aware of it, then no, I wouldn't have an objection. Oh my god, objection. She did move it. So then... What if they stuffed his body in the skull rock, and then the reason Orla rammed into it is to, like, get him out? I have no objections. Miss Buckler must have been the one who moved the body.
What? Mr. Wright, are you admitting the defendant committed the murder?
No. I'm simply conceding that she was the only one who could have moved the body. However, I contend Miss Buckler was not aware of that is what she was doing. The culprit made her move it unbeknownst to her.
The defendant moved a dead body without recognizing that it was a dead body. How could that be possible?
The body was found in the orca pool. It must have been moved there somehow. I might find some kind of hint in the things she moved with the stretcher. Right, okay, the skull rock. The culprit made Miss Buckler move the body along with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
The skull rock?
Miss Buckler told me yesterday that she moved the skull rock when she was cleaning. The only two things Miss Buckler moved to the orca pool are Orla and the skull rock. I would like to suggest that the victim's body may have been inside the skull rock. Hidden inside the rock, the body could have been moved to the orca pool with a hoist. At the show stage, Marlon Rhymes loaded up the skull rock with the body inside, and then he used the walkie-talkie to let Miss Buckler know the rock was loaded. Miss Buckler operated the hoist from the orca pool room and moved the stretcher. She moved the rock without knowing the body was inside.
Do you really think there's enough space inside the skull rock to place a body?
The swashbuckler flyer indicated it could be possible. Please focus on the question at the bottom left. Who will obtain the skull coin? Okay.
Oh, it says, we'll obtain the gold coins hidden in the skull rock. In that case, I suppose the rock is most likely hollow.
What's more, if the body was inside the skull rock, it explains the remaining unanswered questions.
Such as?
Please take a look at the security footage of the scene Mr. Plume witnessed. Where did the body that Mr. Plume saw come from? Please recall. What was Orla doing to the skull rock at the time? She was headbutting it.
Oh!
That's right. Orla's ramming released the body from the skull rock. The body had been placed inside the skull rock and moved there from the show stage. I assert that the real murder scene was in fact the show stage pool.
Silence!
What rubbish is this now? You don't have a single scrap of evidence.
Objection!
It's easy enough to verify what I say. Take a look inside the skull rock for yourself. You should find some kind of proof that the body was there. Blood, fibers, hair.
Right, Dono.
Mr. Wright, that was incredible. You turned things around. You turned things completely around. And to think, it all started with that half-baked bluff, too. Whew, that was a close one. Did you really have to add that last bit?
The murder took place at the show stage, then who was the perpetrator?
It is naturally the person who was at the show stage. Mr. Rhymes, weren't you the one who loaded the skull rock onto the stretcher at the show stage? Wow, Mr. Wright. That was some pretty smart brain work you did there. To be honest, I never thought you could figure it out. I tried to protect myself, but I guess it just came back to bite me.
Are you confessing you gave false testimony before Mr. Rhymes? That's perjury.
Yeah, what Mr. Wright says is true. The body was inside the skull rock,
And it's true, the captain was killed in the show pool, too. What? He's admitting it that easily? This time, I'm going to tell you the whole truth about what happened that day. In the show pool, the orca shot the captain up into the air. Then the captain came down and slammed into the water. I can still remember the spectators' screams clearly. All Sasha did was move the body. She was trying to protect the orca. When Mr. Plume witnessed the orca finding the body, I freaked. What? So now we're back to the orca again, I see. If you were going to give testimony like that, why did I bother putting you on the stand? All I'm doing is telling the truth. That day, Sasha wanted to do the old version of the swashbuckler spectacular, so I suggested she hide the body in the Skull Rock and move it to the orca pool. I was going to figure out what to do with the body after the show was over. The orca's the one who killed the captain. It wasn't me, it wasn't Sasha. So it was Mr. Rhymes' idea to hide the body in the Skull Rock? But if Mr. Rhymes is the culprit, why would he protect Sasha? False charges against Sasha would mean he himself would escape suspicion, so why? Mr. Wright, how about if you leave this to me? Athena, do you mean you heard something? Yep, noise. Discord in Mr. Rhymes' heart. So that means somewhere in his testimony, there's an inconsistency in his emotions. Alright, Athena, give him a good counseling session. You got it, boss. Huh? What's this? What are you getting, Athena? This testimony is pretty complex. Feelings of deep sadness and intense anger are being called up. Those two emotions appear to be running out of control. Out of control emotions? Is that going to be a problem? We'll have to probe their cause if we want to get to his true emotions and testimony. There might even be odd or unnatural spots in his testimony he isn't even aware of. Alright, let's probe for the cause of his out-of-control emotions then. I'll explain how to probe. Let's find the root cause together. When you see something off the statement... Okay, I've done this before. I forgot that they keep doing the tutorials in this case again. Point out what's causing it. Yeah. Memories recalled incorrectly. Blah, 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 blah. Great, alright. I'll get started with comparing the statements with the images. Okay. The ship where the orca shot the captain up into the air. Slammed into the water. Oh God. Okay, what's out of place? Into the water. So remove the spectator's screams clearly. If why would people saw it? People saw it? If people saw it, we would not be doing this. I doubt there were any spectators there at the show stage when the owner died. If there had been, those witnesses would have told us the true crime scene right away. What? Oh, right, of course. I just made a mistake. Okay, that made the sadness subside. So maybe the spectator's part was what was making him sad. I wonder why he would make that mistake saying spectators were there. How strange. The only thing I think of is that he was mixing up one memory with another. Like, he was in a similar situation before, and it was deeply imprinted on his heart. The lady who died, Azura? A situation where the orca killed somebody and there were spectators there. Hey, I think I know why he's mixing up his memories. The reason why Mr. Rhyme mixed up his memories is... did that.
Take that!
Mr. Rhymes, I think I know what happened. Could you have been mixing up what happened a year ago with this incident? Maybe that's why you slipped up and said the owner was killed in front of the spectators. What? How did you... You're right. I did see the orca kill somebody a year ago. But what about it? It was just I was just one of the spectators. Really? Just another spectator? There must be a reason why you feel such great sadness of that incident last year.
Silence!
Stop this nonsensical scrutiny of feelings. Just present evidence to prove your point. Boss, do we have any kind of evidence that would back us up here? There is one piece that comes to mind that might explain his sadness. Well, I'm waiting. Let's see this evidence that has to do with Marlon Rhymes' sadness. This.
Take that!
Azura Summers died an accidental death 1 year ago. This is her boyfriend's charm. Hey, what do you do with that charm? It was found in Rifle's stomach yesterday. Judging by your reaction, I believe this charm belongs to you? I guess I need to push him just a little harder to make him admit it. When Mr. Rhymes said the word charm, he was very rattled. We'd better examine this charm a little more. Good idea. Let's look inside it. Huh? What's this? Photograph? Covered in what's the word I'm looking for? Penguin guts. Penguin stomach acid. Hey, this is Azura Summers and Marlon Rhymes. Mr. Rhymes, you and Azura Summers were a couple, weren't you? So what if we were a couple? It doesn't have anything to do with the captain's case. You believe you saw the orca kill your girlfriend. That's the cause of your sadness. Is that emotion of yours connected to the current case?
Silence!
The only thing you revealed was the witness's connection to the victim of last year's incident. What does the witness's past have to do with the case at hand? I don't know yet. But we managed to pinpoint the source of his sadness. Now let's delve into what Mr. Rhymes is angry at. Okay. What is he mad about? I don't think he's mad about the body. Maybe he's mad about stashing the body. Maybe he's mad at Orla? I mean, Orla's the one who kills his girlfriend.
Got it!
Mr. Rhymes, you're angry with Orla, aren't you? Angry at an orca? Why would I be? If you think I had some reason to be mad, then show me some proof. Do I have proof that Mr. Rhymes has a reason to be mad? Yeah? I bet that evidence we just took a look at would have come in handy here. This charm indicates that you were Azura Summers' boyfriend. I'm sure you believe Orla killed your girlfriend a year ago. You lost your girlfriend, and so you've been angry at Orla. Alright, I'll admit it. I never forgave that orca. Azura is dead, and that orca's still swimming around happy as a clam. I became an animal keeper just so I could prove that orca is a killer. You're right. I want that orca to pay. There, do you feel good dragging up a person's past? But it doesn't change anything. Ugh, he's right. I disagree. It does change things. His out-of-control emotions are quieted down. Now we should be able to find the truth behind that emotion. Alright. Oh, God. God. I don't know. Okay. Orca shot the captain into the air. Very angry, very sad. Remember said like clearly. Mr. Blue witnessed the finding the body. I freaked. Look it up. I don't know. My brain. Don't know. Oh. Okay, I guess that. Okay. He should be surprised. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. When Mr. Plume witnessed the orca finding the body, you freaked. Really? What are you getting at? With Mr. Plume as a witness, Orla was guaranteed to be accused of the murder. Didn't it work out exactly as you'd hoped? In order to have Orla put down, you made sure Mr. Plume witnessed that scene. Oh God. Okay. That picture is a choice. That angle is a choice. So you figured all that out, did you? Mr. Rhymes, are you admitting it? I didn't really want to have to fight anybody but the orca. But you leave me no choice. Yeah, bud? Oh, what the hell is this? Now it's time to get serious. Did the man just chug like a barrel of liquid steroids? Oh, what is going on? Where did this pirate fellow come from? He looks like a completely different person. Where'd you get that fucking swordfish? Like, order. If we don't have order, Prosecutor Blackwell will yell at us. Prosecutor Blackwell is at a loss for words. I plan to have that wench be a witness? Yeah, you caught me. Oh God, is he talking pirate? It be true I thought the orca's murderous way should be found out. That be why I schemed to have DePlume see the body. So you admit it, you deliberately framed Orla. Alright, be true. But what skin be that off anyone's nose? That orca be a murdering scurvy dog. I may have a grudge against that orca, but I always felt grateful toward the captain. The orca murdered Azura and the captain. So of course she should walk the plank. Ugh, I don't have a response to that. I agree, it wouldn't make any sense for him to kill the owner. Why would he? But his hatred for Orla, on the other hand, comes through loud and clear. Wait a minute. If killing Mr. Shipley doesn't make sense, who would it make sense for Rhymes to kill? Maybe my theory has been all wrong. Your Honor, I think I just became aware of a new fact. Oh, and what is that? Now that we know about Mr. Rhymes' intense hatred of Orla, it turns the premise we've been arguing under on its ear. It will now reveal the identity of the individual Mr. Rhymes meant to kill from the start. Orla? I assume?
Take that!
What? The witness's intent was to kill the orca. Exactly. The witness's intended victim was not Jack Shipley. From the start, it was all a scheme to kill Orla. The orca was his true target, but Jack Shipley is the one who died. The orca is alive and quite well. Yeah, thank you for speaking the obvious. He's right. He wanted to kill the orca, and yet it was Jack Shipley who fell to his death. How did that happen? Wait a minute. What if Mr. Rhymes wanting to kill Orla was somehow connected to Mr. Shipley's death? You're lost for words, are you? What happened to your bravado of a moment ago? Enough of these reckless words without any basis in fact.
Objection!
They aren't reckless words. The basis for my claim is that the real murder scene is at the real murder scene, the show pool. What are you talking about? It's my contention that these two incidents happened at the show pool. The attempted murder of the orca and the victim falling to his death. First of all, in order to kill the orca, Mr. Rhymes removed something from the scene. And by doing so, he made it possible for Mr. Shipley to fall to his death. Did what now? Mr. Wright, what did Mr. Rhymes remove in an attempt to kill Orla? The water?
Take that!
Don't tell me you're trying to claim he tried to kill the orca by draining the pool water. That's exactly what I'm claiming. To help the defendant with the cleaning, Mr. Marlon took charge of Orla, with a plan to kill Orla in the show pool. And because the pool water was drained, it made it possible for Jack Shipley to fall to his death in the show pool. Oh! I tried to kill the orca, you say? Can you even prove there was nary a drop of water in the pool? That day I was simply looking after the orca. Why would I have the monstrous thought of killing it?
Objection!
You claim you were looking after Orla in the early morning hours of July 20th, but I don't think you were doing a very good job of it. After all, Orla wasn't given anything to eat during that time. How would you know such a thing? I know because of Orla's records here in the torpedo data system. This system continuously records data on the subjects it monitors. From Orla's record, we can tell exactly when she ate or didn't eat. Sink me. Nobody told me about that dastardly contraption. I can't get his voice down. Nobody told me about that dastardly contraption. Only a few of the ship-shape aquarium staff know about the system. According to Orla's records, she never ate in those early morning hours of the 20th. You planned to kill Orla, and that's why you didn't...
Silence!
You're wasting time. What proof do you have of that? Perhaps the orca simply wasn't hungry. Ugh, he's right. I don't have any proof. Ugh. When this part is done, I gotta run up and take some more medicine. My nose is all stuffy. If Orla simply didn't eat, then what would create an inconsistency? Where did her fish go? Her fish? Good question. Where did it disappear to? Fish. What does it matter? What relevance does it have to the case? Cease this stalling with inconsequential questions. Stop delving into the depths of the orca's stomach and delve into the case instead.
Objection!
But wait, it may seem like a small inconsistency, but it's an issue of great importance, I think. What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? How could the fish disappear? Somebody must have eaten it. So who came to the show stage and ate Orla's fish? Rifle? I think I might have a pretty good idea. I believe there must have been a visitor to the show stage that Mr. Rhymes didn't notice. Visitor? Are you trying to introduce yet another suspect at this 11th hour? If you utter more of your careless remarks, Taka won't look favorably upon it. I don't plan to utter any careless remarks. Whether my remarks will actually be related to the case or not, I don't know yet. Don't worry, boss. If Taka comes this way, I'll fend him off. But do try to keep your remarks careful. Somehow Orla's fish disappeared. Somebody must have visited the show stage, but who? This was the visitor This was the visitor to the show stage. Yeah, Rifle. I believe Rifle the penguin visited the show stage. First an orca, now a penguin? Why would you be saying such a thing, Mr. Lawyer? I didn't see Rifle during the wee early morning hours. Do you have any proof Rifle visited the show stage? If you be a lawyer of any salt, you show me your evidence. The bottom of Rifle's feet were pink for some reason. That fact is a clue that Rifle was indeed at the show stage. I have to present that piece of evidence that connects Rifle to the show stage. Now to prove I'm a lawyer worth my salt. This is the proof that Rifle visited the show stage. Pink feet. Pink feet. Pink feet.
Take that!
Oh my, what a cute little sign. Look at all those adorable stars. These stars are actually starfish. Miss Buckler painted this sign. In early morning hours of the 20th, she left the sign at the show stage to dry. Mr. Rhymes kept an eye on the sign for Miss Buckler while the paint was drying. Aye, that be true, but what be your point? On this sign is proof that Rifle visited the show stage. Okay, there's an ad playing, so I'm gonna go run and be like back in 2 seconds and go get more medicine. Perfect time with an ad break.
took my nasal spray and I accidentally tipped the bottle up too far and basically shot Afrin directly down my throat. Like a lot of it. So that was unpleasant. Okay. Proof of the penguin's visit. I'm afraid I don't see it. Where is the proof? I'll point it out.
Take that!
A couple of the pink starfish are shaped a little differently from the others. Oh, you're right. They look almost like little leaves. Rifle had pink paint on the bottom of her feet. These little leaf-like stars on the sign are actually Rifle's footprints. Rifle made these footprints by walking on the sign before it was dry. Oh, what cute little pink penguin prints. So there are footprints. What of them? Arlon Rhymes was watching over the sign at the show stage while the paint dried. And during that time, the penguin paid a visit. According to the torpedo data system, we know that Rifle ate something that morning of the 20th. Most likely, Rifle ate the fish meant for Orla that was at the show stage. Orla's snack was a small quantity of fish. Even a penguin could have eaten it all. Gad. Rifle ate Orla's fish. It would be ye to say Rifle ate Orla's fish. She could have picked up food anywhere. That doesn't change the fact that I really was at the show stage. After all, I had to help move the Skull Rock. Couldn't have been moved without me. The witness claims he never saw the penguin. How do you explain this contradiction? Both Mr. Rhymes and Rifle were at the show stage, but Mr. Rhymes didn't see her. So where could Mr. Rhymes have been at the time? Right, Dono. You aren't up to the task. I could disprove this witness's testimony for you. If I leave it to Prosecutor Blackwell, Sasha will be declared guilty. I can't let him interrupt this line of reasoning. Mr. Wright, let's try to figure out how things looked when Rifle came to the show stage. Mr. Rhymes was at the show stage keeping an eye on Orla and the sign. And we know it must be true because he helped move the Skull Rock. Then Rifle came in and walked over the sign. But wouldn't Mr. Rhymes notice Rifle if he was right there? Well, let's think about where Mr. Rhymes could have been. Is there a place in the show stage area where Rifle couldn't have been seen? Oh god, well, he was like, we have like the weird handprint. It's like upside down. But I guess if he was in the pit, in the drained pit, he would not see Rifle.
Take that!
Right here. What? Inside the pool? But you're right. If he was inside the pool, he wouldn't have noticed Rifle. Are you saying Mr. Rhymes was underwater the whole time Rifle was eating? No, not underwater. When I think about what he was trying to do, the answer is clear. Now I'm finally starting to get the whole picture. Just like yesterday, must you two always be whispering to each other? Why don't you admit that resorting to a penguin will get you nowhere?
Objection!
Oh, I don't know about that. The fact that Mr. Rhymes didn't notice Rifle is such a small inconsistency. But it's a key point that proves what Mr. Rhymes was trying to do. The penguin is a key point. The show stage pool is very deep. If Rifle came to visit Mr. Rhymes, while Mr. Rhymes was at the bottom of this pool, he would never have noticed Rifle. Orcas can be out of the water for a short time without sustaining damage, but if they're out of the water for a long time, they weaken and eventually die. In order to kill Orla, Mr. Rhymes had to drain the pool, and while the pool was drained of water, Mr. Shipley felt it was death. The show stage pool is about 65 feet deep, just like the Orca pool. Without water in the pool, a person could be made to fall 65 feet. Mr.
Mr. Rhymes probably wondered what to do. If he continued with his plan to kill Orla, how would he dispose of Mr. Shipley's body? So he devised a plan to kill two birds with one stone. What? How? Mr. Rhymes went down to the bottom of the pool and put the victim's body in the rock. He then had Miss Buckler move the rock and the body together.
Silence!
Oh, my throat feels bad. I'm dumping Afrin down it. But I can breathe out of my nose again. And the witness made the defendant do this somehow without arousing her suspicion. That's right. Mr. Shipley told Miss Buckler that she couldn't perform in the new show. Miss Buckler became upset and wanted to switch back to the old version of the show. So Mr. Rhymes conveniently suggested that she take and hide a prop for the new show. Mr. Rhymes then manipulated Orla using her singing and lifesaver trick. He schemed to have Orla find the body while Mr. Plume would be standing witness. He saddled Orla with a false charge of murder so that Orla would be put down. Oh God, is that blood? So the fact the witness didn't see the penguin shows that when Rifle visited the show stage, Rhymes was putting the body in the rock. At the bottom of the pool, that is. I would have thought the presence of a penguin could prove the witness's actions. It's working, just a little further now, and Sasha will be proven not guilty. It's gonna be an objection.
Silence!
Yep. You think you've won this battle, you are sorely mistaken. Your theory is based on the notion that the witness could manipulate the orca. Witness, can you control the orca's actions? Of course not. What kind of bilge be that? I be but a simple animal keeper. I'm going to eat some of this chocolate that's still lying about, because I just need to not taste what's in my mouth right now. Get that astringent feeling out of the back of my throat. My memory serves. Wasn't Miss Buckler the only one who could issue commands to the orca? Where was that picture? Okay. Wait, it's because the videos. The judge's blade is sharper than the lawyer's. If you wish to do battle with a witness, you need a honed blade. Where is your sword of evidence that Marlon Rhymes could manipulate the orca? And that would make sense why she was singing an old song. It's because the video is from a year ago. Rhymes had to have manipulated Orla in order for his plan to work. And he just used like the recordings probably from the videos. How can I prove it? He used the recordings over that walkie-talkie because it can broadcast over anyway. Well, it appears this line of reasoning has become unsustainable. Well, it appears that I was mistaken. Athena, I have analyzed the hearts of all kinds of people. I have enough experience to see when I look into your heart that you haven't given up. So that objection was my way of speaking up for your heart. She's right. Why would I become a lawyer again, only to give up? I have to keep fighting. Athena, thank you. With your help, I've remembered the old right way. The right way? Your Honor, I'm not finished with presenting my argument. Do you have anything else to ask this witness? You cross-examined all the witnesses and presented all your evidence.
Objection!
all the witnesses? I don't think so. I haven't cross-examined the most important one, the central figure in both cases. Oh my god, are we actually gonna cross-examine Orla? The central figure. The one involved in not only the case a year ago, but this current case too. I've never called her as a witness, but it's time to do so now. What are you talking about? I demand you tell the court immediately. Who is the central figure in both cases? Oh my god.
Take that!
Fucking cross-examine Orca! The defense calls the central figure in both cases Orla the Orca. You intend to cross-examine an orca? Cross-examine an orca? You must be addled. And be impossible, says I.
Silence!
This absurdity is beyond the pale. How do you expect to question an orca, a creature incapable of speech?
Objection!
Orla is intricately involved in this case. I have every right to cross-examine her. Besides, even if she can't speak, I think cross-examining her will be invaluable. Very well. Do what you will then. But if you fail to garner anything from this little exercise with the orca, I hope you realize the reward for your efforts will be the defendant's guilty verdict. Sure. I'm ready and confident. So, cross-examining Orla, huh? That was a bold move, boss. Now all we have to do is figure out how Mr. Rhymes manipulated Orla. That's right. Now it's Orla's turn to help us save Sasha. It's the videos on the phone. Orca defended yesterday, and Orca witnessed today. This is truly unprecedented. But even though this is highly unusual, I'm prepared to allow it. Bailiff, ready the witness telecast. We'll have a 10-minute recess while the telecast is being set up. More chocolate. My throat still feels awful. I'd love to save my progress, thank you. Leave it to you to think of something like calling Orla Mr. Right. Well, she's the only one who knows all the answers after all. I just talked to Pearls, and she said Orla seems to be feeling fine. Now we have to try and figure out how Mr. Rhymes manipulated Orla. If we put Mr. Rhymes and Orla together, maybe we can get some kind of clue. And I can't forget about that strange set of prints of Rhymes either. I really appreciate you trying to save both Orla and me. I had no idea Marlon hated Orla like that. I feel like I've been shocked by a torpedo ray. Of course he would hate the killer whale that murdered his girlfriend right in front of him. Oh, Mr. Plume, you've been watching the trial? Oh yes, I came to make a declaration of war. A declaration of war? No matter the results of today's trial, I will report the truth in my new book, even if that truth goes against what I wrote in The Killer Whale. I don't know what the truth is, not even about what happened a year ago. Dr. Crab, Azura died right in front of my eyes, in the middle of a pirate show. She suddenly fell from the orca's back and began to thrash around in pain. The orca was singing a song and started headbutting Azura over and over. Finally, the orca took Azura in her mouth and brought her to the side of the pool. Just before she died, Azura was holding her chest, in obvious pain. She was holding her chest? Wait a minute. Could it be? Could what be? I don't know. I don't think Orla was to blame for the incident a year ago either. What? I think the cause of Miss Summer's death might have been her heart condition. Oh yeah, they both have a heart condition. A heart condition? What heart condition? I never heard anything about it. Miss Summers had a prescription with Hickfield Clinic for a heart condition. The orca didn't kill her. I think it's possible her heart condition did. What? Azura had a heart condition too? I guess she hid it from everybody, just like I did. So that means the orca was innocent a year ago too? It's just a theory, but I think the orca headbutted Azura to check on her. And then did the lifesaver trick to rescue her. So there was no need to put the orca down after all. So, you really did intend to put Orla down? No, Jack and I were against such a thing from the start. But you said you were going to euthanize the orca. Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Dr. Crab, about this capsule. It's not poison, but a sleeping drug, right? That's right. Even if Orla attacks someone, or even if the Center for Dangerous Animal Control demands she be put down, I never had any intention of killing her. I would use sleeping pills to make it look like she was dead, and then set her free. Yeah, that's gonna go well. That orca is definitely gonna be able to survive in the wild. Completely hand-reared. That's why I purchased so many sleeping capsules. Oh, that's why? I never considered the possibility that that poor woman's death was illness. She seems pretty disturbed to be wrong. I simply want to know the truth. That is why I will tell you who my client is. The day I witnessed the owner's death, I was there at the request of the animal keeper. Marlon Rhymes? That is correct. That day my client called me to ask me to investigate the orca pool. He must have wanted you to witness what Orla was going to do. Why did you decide to tell us this? My desire to protect my client was standing in the way of the truth. I couldn't allow that. I'll be watching to see how this all unfolds. Good luck to you, blue and yellow duo. I love the face she makes. Well, that was quite a bombshell she just dropped, so casually, too. That woman really is a free spirit. Do you remember what you said yesterday, Mr. Lawyer? That you'd expose any secret if it would help save Sasha? I remember. It's my duty as a lawyer. Well, I just wanted you to know that I don't blame you for exposing the aquarium's secret. It may put me in hot water, but if it helps save the orca, let me clue you in on another secret. Focus on the orca's song. The orca's song, huh? What could he be hinting at? Oh, Mr. Wright, looks like it's time. Alright, let's go back in. You've got it, boss. We're gonna go in there and save Sasha and Orla together. Court will now reconvene. Is the witness Orla Shipley, commonly known as Orla, ready? Aura Shipley. Well, the orca is present, but I highly doubt she understands what's going on. Oh, just as adorable as yesterday. I distinctly remember you being afraid of her on several occasions. Now then, Mr. Wright, how do you propose to cross-examine the witness? I intend to have the young lady there with Orla help me. Hello, everyone. That young lady? Didn't I meet her once before, a long time ago? Yes, that's Pearl Fay, my old friend. Well, well, didn't she grow up to be a lovely young lady? Ah! I have no interest in this chit-chat. On with the cross-examination. Mr. Wright, this is all your fault. Why are you dawdling? How is this my fault? The court will now hear the testimony of Aura Shipley. Tweet, 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 tweet. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? Serena's face looks.
Do you seriously intend to cross-examine this orca? Well, she is a key witness for the defense, after all, sir. Every time you come to my courtroom, you open my eyes to a new way of thinking. It appears this will be another one of those times. Yes, he's given me the go-ahead. I'd now like to put the witness and Mr. Rhymes together to see how he manipulated the orca. Hopefully Orla will have some kind of reaction. Fine by me, but not will happen, I tell you. Mr. Rhymes was right. Nothing happened. I guess I shouldn't have expected it to be easy. How did he manipulate her? The cell phone. Right, Dono. I hope you realize that if you can't prove with this cross-examination how Rhymes controlled the orca, your defendant will be declared guilty immediately. Yes, I realize that. This is my last chance. I have to figure out how Rhymes commanded Orla to do her tricks. Please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Okay.
Hold it!
Miss Shipley, I'm afraid... Fweet is not going to get us anywhere. What are we doing, Phoenix? This is your plan of action? If you were incapable of interpreting orca speech, this entire exercise is false.
Objection!
You leave the interpretation of Orla's heart to me. All right, girl. What do you say? Let me hear it. Oh, Orla, you're so cute. Right, Dono. Surely you don't intend to continue this farce. I do. Miss Shipley, please continue with your testimony. Jesus Christ. I'm just go press all the things, I guess. Could you interpret that for the court, Miss Sykes? I'm getting a strong reading of happiness. Maybe she thinks she's doing a show. I demand serious witness testimony. This is no time for fun. If you continue this mockery, I will subject you to 40 lashes with a wet fish. Not a wet noodle? That just sounds fishy. Hey, speaking from experience, anything is better than 40 lashes with a whip. Phoenix. That will please caution its witness to conduct herself with propriety.
Hold it!
Instead of impersonating a one orca band, could you show us the lifesaver trick? I guess Orla won't do what you want unless you give her the proper signal. Oh, doesn't Orla sing beautifully? Taka's singing voice is much more melodic and clear. No. Now Blackwell's like leading into the ridiculousness. Neither one should quit their day job. Phoenix, you're so cynical. Please continue your testimony, Miss Shipley.
Hold it!
Miss Shipley seems to want to communicate something. Perhaps she's hungry. Miss Faye, could you give Miss Shipley a snack? Certainly. One moment. What a heartwarming scene. Reminds me of my granddaughter with her pet. Wow, your granddaughter must have a pretty large pet. Stop all this pet prattle and get on with the cross-examination. She's such an adorable creature. Never get tired of looking at her.
Silence!
I, on the other hand, have had more than my fill of this tomfoolery. Enough is enough. Sounds like Prosecutor Blackwell is about to blow his top. What should I do? Should I continue the cross-examination? No, it's the fucking phone! It's the phone! I'm done playing games. I will now explain how Orla was manipulated by Mr. Rhymes. In order to respond to a command, Orla needs to hear the sound of a whistle. But Mr. Rhymes isn't a trainer. I doubt he'd know how to give the signals himself. So that means he must have had help. So how did Mr. Rhymes issue commands to Orla?
Take that!
Sasha told me an interesting story about Miss Summers. A
Azura used to send her boyfriend videos of herself teaching the orca tricks. I used to help Azura take the videos on her TV phone. Most likely, Mr. Rhymes still had these videos of Miss Summers. Miss Faye, could I ask your help? Of course, Mr. Nick. What is it? You're using Mr. Rhymes' TV phone, correct? I'd like you to examine it for me. Please look for videos of Azura Summers issuing whistle commands to Orla. Videos? I'm not sure how to do that, but I'll give it a try. My apologies to Marlon. Right, Dono. What are you up to? You'll see in a moment, if Pearls can find those videos for me. Mr. Nick, I found them. I found some videos like you described. You did? Thank you, Miss Faye. Just as I suspected. How did Marlon Rhymes get Orla to do those tricks? I will now show you. With Mr. Rhymes' cell phone. His cell phone? Are you implying he used an app? Miss Faye, see if you can issue Orla a command. Me? Can I do such a thing? You might be able to if you play a video with a whistle signal in it. If there's a video of the lifesaver trick, please play that. Before you do, though, please put the practice dummy in the pool. The practice dummy? Alright. In it goes. That sprite is so cute. There, it sank to the bottom. Now I'll play a video. Orla's diving down, heading straight for the dummy. What a smart girl you are, Orla. The lifesaver trick was a complete success, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Miss Faye. You were a big help. Now I have proof. Unbelievable. You actually pulled it off. That was the lifesaver trick we saw yesterday. Is Miss Faye an orca trainer now? No, Your Honor. I'll explain it after we try one more trick. Now let's see if we can command Orla to do the singing trick. Miss Faye, if there's a video of the singing trick, please play that. Certainly. Let's see. Is this the video? My, isn't she wonderful? That was a Swashbuckler Spectacular song. Is that the song in this one? That's what I need to know. I don't want to watch this whole thing again, but I will.
Captain Orla! Ye made it just in time!
Okay.
Pirates, we love to sail the seven seas. Just a bunch of scallywags.
Okay, it is that song. Oh, what a lovely singing voice. It wasn't bad. By the way, how did Miss Faye give the orca those commands? Marlon Rhymes has something on his phone that his girlfriend Azura Summers sent him. There are videos of Miss Summers issuing commands to Orla with a whistle. If they have Orla listen to the sounds of the signals, anyone at all could command Orla. Oh my, anyone at all? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. All they would have to do is play those videos. Mr. Wright, please submit those videos as evidence. I'm getting the sneaking suspicion the judge just wants to try it out for himself. Miss Faye, could you send those videos to the TV phone here? Alright, certainly. Got him. Alright, I'll try playing one. sweet. This was a training session a year ago, huh? But wait a minute. There's something about that song that bothers me. The orca can be commanded using videos on a cell phone. Okay. And that means that Marlon Rhymes could have manipulated the creature. Mr. Rhymes, you can't talk your way out of it now.
Silence!
I have to commend you. That was very good proof. I concede Marlon Rhymes could have manipulated the orca. But isn't it true that the defendant could have done it as well? All she would have to do was use the whistle she knows how to use so well. And she wouldn't have had to use those videos. Surely you admit it's a possibility. She could have easily had Norma de Plume witness the singing and the lifesaver trick. So he's trying to argue that it was equally possible for Sasha as it was for Rhymes, is he? But is that true? Let me think about that for a minute. That's right, those weren't just simple cries, it was singing. As I approached the pool, the killer whale suddenly started singing. I kept headbutting while singing the Swashbuckler Spectacular song. The culprit made sure that Miss de Plume heard the song the way and saw the lifesaver trick. Could Sasha have shown these two tricks to the witness? No, because she can only do one at a time. Yeah, no, because she can only do one trick at a time. No, I don't think Miss Buckler could have created the same condition as the culprit. You challenge me to a battle. I hope your sword is sharpened. Let me see those sword skills of yours. Don't you worry, my sword is drawn and ready. My sword is evidence that the two tricks couldn't have been shown at the same time. She can't do tricks.
Take that!
At one time. Miss Bloom said in her testimony that she witnessed these two tricks at the same time. However, that fact is inconsistent with how Orla performs tricks. How Orla performs tricks? What are you getting at? Orla can't perform two tricks at once. She performs only one trick per whistle signal. That's how she's been trained. In other words, it will be just like with a dog. If you tell him to both sit and shake, he won't do them at the same time. Am I understanding it correctly? Yes, that's the idea, Your Honor. I wonder if the judge has a dog. Phoenix is a little off topic. Alright, Blackwell. What a farce. So are you saying that the witness somehow managed to produce an impossible scenario? If the creature's own trainer couldn't do it, how could I? What was his voice? If the creature's own trainer couldn't do it, then how could I? That wasn't it either. That was like a Boston accent. I've lost it. Yes, it's a mystery, isn't it? Boss, you don't have to agree so cheerfully. The defense is claiming that Marlon Rhymes manipulated the orca. But if you cannot fully explain how this was done, your argument doesn't hold water. The walkie-talkie that could broadcast over the speakers. You can't straighten out your own theory. Would you like me to straighten you out? No thank you. So, Orla can't do two tricks at a time, but Miss de Plume saw her do it. This logical inconsistency means there's a flaw somewhere. Was Miss de Plume lying? No. Or is it not true that Orla can't do two tricks at a time? Also no. But Miss de Plume had no reason to lie about such a thing. If it really is impossible for Orla to perform two tricks at once, then maybe either the lifesaver trick or the singing trick was faked? Yes, maybe Orla only performed one of the tricks, but it was made to look like she performed two.
Silence!
Maybe. How do you expect to conduct a sword battle with conjecture? Sounds like I'd better present some evidence here, and fast. Although I am concerned about your profuse sweating, Mr. Wright, allow me to ask you. Which of the two was faked, the lifesaver trick or the singing trick? The song. The defense wishes to argue that the singing trick was faked. And on what grounds do you base your assertion that the singing trick was faked? The walkie-talkie. That's my guess. Or this one. I guess this tells us that it was a different song, and it was a different song.
Take that!
Just at random. Okay. This is the recording of a recent Swashbuckler spectacular. In this recording, Orla sings the same song she sang for Miss Faye earlier. But Mr. Plume said that this song is different from the one that was sung a year ago. Oh, so if... Okay, I understand where we're going now. The song is different. Please listen to the song in the video from a year ago, sent to this cell phone. Yes, it sounds quite different from the song Orla sang for Miss Faye earlier. And yet this is the same video Miss Faye used to issue the command to Orla to sing. By having Mr. Plume listen to the song recorded in the cell phone video, the true culprit made Mr. Plume think Orla was singing the song from a year ago. Only Marlon Rhymes, the owner of the cell phone videos, could have done this. Pardon me. Sorry, I know this is gross, but 'tis the life of having a cold.
Silence!
My skin's getting so irritated, I can feel it. But Mr. Plume said she heard the orca singing right in front of her. How do you claim you made her think that? How was the song recorded played? Or the song recorded played? Good old aquaphor on my face. Protect my skin a little bit. I intend to explain that too, of course. What? The answer lies somewhere in the Orca Pool's visitors corridor. Excuse me. Marlon Rhymes played the song recording by using this. The speaker.
Take that!
Mr. Plume heard the song while she was in the Orca Pool visitors corridor. There's a speaker in that corridor, so the visitors can hear the orca sounds. You claim the song was played from that speaker. How? The walkie-talkie.
Take that!
Mr. Rhymes could have broadcast the song in the video to the speaker by using a walkie-talkie, and he could get Orla to do a trick by letting her hear Miss Summer's whistle signal too. He played the singing through the speaker, and he made Orla do the lifesaver trick. All of this was the doing of the true culprit, Marlon Rhymes. This is what you did, isn't it, Mr. Rhymes? God, the blood coming out of his shoulders. You did it! Now we can save both Sasha and Orla. Just leave it to Captain Wright's swashbuckling lawyers to win any case. I don't remember agreeing to that name. It actually was possible for Mr. Rhymes to manipulate the orca. I'm stunned. I will need to hear more from this witness. Mr. Rhymes, the time has come for you to tell the court the truth. I hate that he's eating that. So I use the walkie-talkie, you say? Ugh. Sorry, but you're dead wrong, me bucko. It'd be impossible, says I. What do you mean, impossible? I shall sing you a little shanty dissing your scurvy theory. Your scurvy theory, not scurvy theory.
Hark ye well now. I will not be singing. I will not be... You're doing the rap on your own, my man. The Dissin of Phoenix Wright. Freestyle got no appeal. Broke before DePlume won the scene. Broke before Wright could even dream. Legit goof during cleaning time. Oh god. You so cray cray. I hate. Here we go again with that flip-flop music. Broken? Of all the flimsy excuses. Build suckin'? That was uncalled for. You probably broke it on purpose after the fact. That'd be untrue, little lass. Although I can't prove that it really was, when it really was. Lucky be it for me. You lawyers be the ones who have the proven to do. Oh my god. Ugh. After everything we've uncovered, he still won't admit it. Somehow I have to prove that he still could have done it. Broke before DePlume was on the scene. Legit goofed during cleaning time, eh? What the fuck does that mean? You made a big blunder? What happened? After I helped Sasha with the cleaning, I dropped it by accident and broke it. You wish to see it? I still have it with me. It does indeed appear to be broken. With the walkie-talkie broken, there's no way I could have done what you said. I couldn't have given the orca any commands. Oh, your walkie-talkie broke? Isn't that so convenient? Mr. Rhymes, I think you broke it on purpose. Miss Lawyer, none of your false accusations, if you please. I broke it on purpose. Where be your proof? I don't have any proof. If his walkie-talkie was broken, it throws a monkey wrench into my whole theory. When he let Pearls borrow his cell phone so casually yesterday, he must have already been confident I wouldn't be able to prove anything. You'll never get me to agree that poxed orca be innocent. I'm too white for this. And I'm having a hard time reading the things that are written. If something be not done about her, she'll get Sasha one day too. Orca killed the captain, it weren't me. So you intend to continue to claim that the defendant is innocent, do you? But I won't stand for that. Now then, right, Dono, what's your next move? Your Honor, I would like to examine the walkie-talkie if you don't mind. Certainly, here you are. Let's see if there's any way to tell when the walkie-talkie was broken. If he gave Orla that command, then it couldn't have been broken at the time. Okay, yeah. I played the other games. I know how to... Yep, listen, I played the Great Ace Attorney. Huh? Look at these. They look like tooth marks. Hey, you're right. A bite this big. I wonder if it was Orla. Wait, a walkie-talkie with tooth marks. Didn't we hear a story like that just yesterday? It was a walkie-talkie Azura used right up until her death. In the middle of the show, the orca brought Azura up to the surface in her mouth. She left tooth marks on Azura's walkie-talkie. The captain said he always kept that walkie-talkie with him, so he'd never forget. Yeah, it was the captain's. Prime said this walkie-talkie was his, but could it be? Not odd about it, don't you agree? Time to give it up, Mr. Lawyer. I wanted to do the April-May Mr. Lawyer so bad there. I am main lawyer man. Forget the orca. Just save Sasha, says I. I can't do that. Now that I'm finally a lawyer again, how could I hold my head up if I made my client so miserable? A stubborn one ye be. Okay. Are you sure it was your walkie-talkie? You could have stolen a broken walkie-talkie from somebody else. If you be accusing me of thievery, let me see your proof. Alright. This evidence tells who you stole the walkie-talkie from. It's probably not gonna be that. Shipley's walkie-talkie hasn't been found.
Take that!
According to the defendant's statement, Mr. Shipley talked to her on his walkie-talkie before his death. However, no walkie-talkie was found near the victim's body. He thinks the police just didn't look hard enough. Besides, Captain's walkie-talkie wasn't broken. Be that not right? So his walkie-talkie is not to do with mine. I'm not so sure that's true. The victim fell to his death. It's quite possible his walkie-talkie broke in the fall. You stole the walkie-talkie after the victim's death, didn't you, Mr. Rhymes?
Silence!
I will not allow such leading questions, right, Dono? If you claim the walkie-talkie belonged to the victim, show me your evidence. Certainly, I plan on doing just that. Please look at these tooth marks here on the walkie-talkie. Tooth marks? Yes, I see them. The victim's walkie-talkie was a keepsake that used to belong to Azura Summers, who died a year ago. These tooth marks were left by Orla when she carried Miss Summers in her mouth. This is Mr. Shipley's walkie-talkie, and Mr. Rhymes' walkie-talkie is still unaccounted for, which means he could have used it to command the orca after all. And that's not all, Your Honor. The only one who could have taken the victim's walkie-talkie is the culprit himself. The fact that Marlon Rhymes had the victim's walkie-talkie is proof that he murdered Jack Shipley. Sink me. Not so fast, Mr. Lawyer. What? He still won't admit it? This walkie-talkie be mine, says I. Then how do you explain the tooth marks on it? I've had many the run-in with that orca myself. She bit me more than once, and me walkie-talkie too. Evidence of our fights are carved here into me body. My goodness, I can clearly see the tooth mark scars on your skin. What? Are those really scars from being bitten by Orla? Oh god. What answers I got some, mate? These scars from Orla? That's right. Dumb girl can put up a nasty fight. The orca bit me and left me scarred. I had a rep to protect, so I went in hard. So Mr. Lawyer, I win. Just be frank. And then Orla, you get the plank. Just being frank. I can't let him run this show. I have to find a way to prove the walkie-talkie belonged to the victim. You can forget about fingerprints. I always keep my walkie-talkie clean and polished. This man had everything worked out before he even took the stand. But I won't give up. There has to be a way. Mr. Wright, I found something interesting. The tooth marks on the walkie-talkie, notice anything funny about them? Funny? Funny how? Something is different about them compared to the other tooth marks we've seen. And they're like not even. Pretty shallow. I don't know. Yeah, they're not even. The only ones I remember are the ones on the practice dummy. It's just a tiny difference. It might not even mean anything. Right now, we need to consider every possibility we can, no matter how small. If I can figure out what's different about the bite marks, maybe I can somehow prove Rhymes' walkie-talkie actually belonged to the victim. Think, Phoenix. You can turn everything around right here and now. God. Oh, yep. The brain. Okay. Time to review the facts we have so far. The intent of killing Orla, Rhymes drained the show stage pool. But Rhymes failed to kill Orla, and instead he tried to pin Shipley's murder on Orla. In order to manipulate Orla, Rhymes must have used a cell phone and a walkie-talkie. But the walkie-talkie Rhymes has is broken. I think the victim's walkie-talkie I think it's the victim's walkie-talkie, the one he kept as a memento of Azura Summers. I have to find a way to prove that it is indeed the victim's walkie-talkie. The piece of evidence left. The tooth marks. We have 2 pieces of evidence with tooth marks, the walkie-talkie and the dummy. What's striking about these tooth marks are different. When I look closely, I see 2 different bite mark patterns. 2 variations, huh? Wasn't there a trick of Orla's that had 2 different variations as well? The show song? A year ago, the orca song and teeth marks were different from what they are now. What could be caused by these 2 inconsistencies? What's behind the fact that the orca's tooth marks and song are different from a year ago? Is it a different orca? New teeth? She learned a new song. Why would her learning a new song change? There's nothing. Was it a different orca? Is there a second orca? I mean, there are 2 different orcas. What a screen cap right here. This is quite the screen cap. I'm starting to think there are 2 different orcas. The one a year ago and Orla now. And if the orca a year ago wasn't Orla, it means the bite mark on the walkie-talkie isn't Orla's, like Rhymes said it was. Now I can finally prove the walkie-talkie belongs to the victim. Mr. Wright, you appear to be lost in thought there. Is everything all right? I just realized something astonishing, Your Honor. Your face is what's astonishing, right, Dono? Your rudeness is what's astonishing, Prosecutor Blackwell. What is this astonishing thing you realized? Until just now, I thought the orca at Shapeshift Aquarium a year ago, Shapeship Aquarium, and Orla were the same orca. However, 2 inconsistencies lead me to a new fact. And that fact is that there might be 2 Orla Shipleys. What? 2 different orcas? But that's impossible. Order in the court. Explain yourself. What is the basis for this preposterous claim? The orca show song a year ago and the one now are different. I believe it's because the orca a year ago was a different orca. 2 different orcas, 2 different songs. It explains the show song contradiction. But the Bilgewater talk, I don't understand. I'm talking about the truth. Truth that will finally catch you out in your lies. You claim that the tooth marks on the walkie-talkie were Orla's, but that's not true. The 2 different bite mark patterns on the walkie-talkie and on the dummy proves this. What? 2 different patterns, you say?
Silence!
Thank you everybody who's retweeted the stream. I really appreciate it. While I will concede that there is a possibility that 2 different orcas exist, bite mark patterns alone are not proof enough. I want more conclusive evidence. Alright, I'll show you conclusive evidence then. So he wants to see evidence other than the bite mark patterns, does he? The orca a year ago and Orla have different songs and different teeth. Don't I have 2 videos on hand that can be used to compare those differences? I will now submit 2 videos with which the different songs and teeth can be compared. This one. Nope. I assume this one.
Take that!
And here is the other.
Take that!
Please compare these 2 videos, one from a year ago and one recent. As discussed, the 2 orcas are singing 2 different songs. Also, please pay special attention to the appearance of the 2 orcas' teeth. How exactly do we claim their teeth are different? Let's look for shots in the 2 videos where the orca's teeth are shown. This is Orla in the recent video of the Swashbuckler Spectacular Pirate Show. As you can see, she has all of her teeth. Look the healthy smile she has. A bit envious.
Next, let's take a look at the TV phone video from a year ago.
Just as I thought, the teeth are different. Oh, I believe this smile looks a little different from the one we saw a moment ago.
As you can see, the orca from a year ago has one tooth that's broken off.
If the teeth are different, then...
Do orca not regrow teeth? I don't know that for sure. Like alligators regrow their teeth. Can an orca regrow their teeth? Do orcas' teeth grow back? Toothed whales only have one set of teeth. They are not replaced once lost. Thank you, Google. On the practice dummy, you can see Orla's uniform pattern with all teeth intact. And on the walkie-talkie, you can see that one tooth is missing from the pattern.
I see it, just like the smile of the orca in last year's video.
The tooth marks on the walkie-talkie were not made by the orca we know as Orla. They were made a year ago by a different orca.
Two different orcas? I can't believe it.
The statement that the tooth marks on the walkie-talkie were from Orla is a lie. The truth is that this walkie-talkie was stolen from the victim, Jack Shipley, and the only person who could have stolen it is the true culprit, Marlon Rhymes.
No, you got it all wrong. It be all the fault of that orca. Whoa. Huh?
This is dramatic. What does this look like to anybody in the court?
Once again, I'm too weak to help anybody. Okay. Well, it would appear we should hear more from the defendant about Ora Shipley. Sasha Buckler.
Yes, Captain Judge?
Is what Mr. Wright claims true? Are there two different orcas?
The secret that Shipshape Aquarium was hiding about Orla. Was about Orla, wasn't it? Dr. Crab told me to focus on the orca's song. He hinted it would be a clue. Oh God, Jesus. Hold on. I'm itch on my back and I can't reach it. I'm pathetic. I'm just a baby. Phoenix is right. The one we call Orla is the second Ora Shipley. There actually used to be two orcas at the Shipshape Aquarium. I used to call the first Ora Shipley just Ora for short. Ora and Orla are sisters. The captain rescued them both when they got beached on the shore. But Orla was in bad shape, and the ship's doctor had to look after her for a long time. Both orcas loved the captain, so we decided to keep them on at Shipshape Aquarium.
Why didn't you say anything about there being two orcas?
Well, because after the accident a year ago, Ora was put down.
What? Ora is dead?
Ugh. Yeah, the Center for Dangerous Animal Control demanded it. Apparently, the captain and the ship's doctor begged them. We put the first one down, so please leave the second one alone, they said. Anyway, after the accident a year ago... Sorry, my face is just very mad at me.
The captain told us he was going to put Orla in the pirate show as Aura Shipley. He asked us to keep quiet about Aura's death until the time was right. What a surprising and complex tale. Did all Shipshape Aquarium employees know about this? No, just a select few of us. Mr. Rhymes, did you know about it? Of course not. How would I? Tell me, Mr. Rhymes, did you plan on killing Orla from the start? Yeah, I planned to do it during the cleaning, so I drained the pool. Figured if I didn't do something about that beast, Sasha's life was in danger. Sasha trusted that orca, just as much as Azura did. Wanted to protect her. Couldn't help Azura, so I felt like protecting Sasha was the least I could do. My duty. I built up my strength so I'd be ready to kill the orca. Oh my god. I even fought with sharks. But the captain realized my plan. He tried to save the orca. And that is why you killed Jack Shipley. Ah, now the report from the crime lab finally makes sense. Report from the crime lab? In court yesterday, you will recall I showed you a photo of the victim lying on his back. According to the lab, the bruise on the victim's right wrist was Rhymes' handprint. His handprint? Oh. That's where the latter handprint comes in. I didn't know how it would fit with the case until I heard Rhymes' story just now. But now we can imagine the reason for it being there. Rhymes must have made the handprint when he fought with the victim over the orca. A handprint made during a struggle. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I deserve the death penalty. I'm the one that killed the captain. Please give Sasha her not guilty verdict. You accept your defeat well, I see. Let me be your guide to hell. Blackwell, get on with the verdict, your baldness. It seems this unprecedented trial that began with an orca as the defendant has finally come to a close.
Sasha is saved. Orla's going to be so happy. Phoenix is like, something's still not right.
Sasha's not guilty verdict is coming. Why do I still have this strange, nagging feeling? Rhymes' handprint on the victim's right wrist. Was it really the result of a deadly struggle over the orca? I can't shake the feeling that handprint had some other hidden meaning. Is this trial going to end without revealing the whole truth? Very well, this court finds the defendant, Sasha Buckler. Objection!
Hold it!
Hold it! Your Honor, please hold off on that verdict. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? I would like to further explore this new evidence the prosecution just submitted. But what complaint could you have? You're about to get your not guilty verdict. I see no need to further prolong this trial, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, we still don't know the entire truth of this case. This unnatural handprint Mr. Rhymes left on the victim's right wrist. I don't think it was the result of a fight between the two men. The result of a fight. Maybe he tried to save him. What you suggested was... Boss, what are you doing? Do you remember that evidence we found at the show stage? Evidence? What evidence? That mysterious mark might be the key to understanding this whole case. Your Honor, the defense would like to submit evidence that will expose the truth of this case. A mysterious piece of evidence that pairs with Mr. Rhymes' unnatural handprint.
Take that!
Marlon Rhymes left behind a very unusual set of fingerprints at the show stage. In what way were they unusual? They were right handprints on the left side of the ladder. If one were to grasp the ladder in the same way as the prints, it would look like this. It looks like the ladder is being grasped from above. Exactly, Your Honor. And the handprint on the victim's right wrist shows it was held with a powerful grip. Yeah, Marlon Rhymes grasped the show stage ladder in an unnatural pose. If he was gripping the victim's wrist in this position, ripping the victim's wrist. Then he must have been. I mean, Mr. Rhymes was actually... That's right. If we couple the unnatural handprint with the mysterious fingerprints... we see that Marlon Rhymes was trying to save the victim's life. What? But that can't be. That can't be. It's impossible. Why don't we ask Mr. Rhymes himself? Yeah, Mr. Rhymes, we want to hear the truth directly from you. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Lawyer. You got skills. Why did you have to figure it out? Doesn't matter what happens to me anymore. I'm ready to die. So this is what the defense is claiming. So is what the defense claiming true? The captain, he found out I had drained the show stage pool. He rushed to the side of the pool, frantic to put some water in it for the orca. And then he slipped. Captain, give me your left hand. No, Marlon, you'll fall too. Forgive me, Marlon. I didn't realize what deep pain you were in. But please, don't blame Orla. It's nobody's fault. Not Orla's, and not yours. Hey! Captain! So, Jack Shipley's death was accidental. Why didn't you tell us that you didn't kill the victim? Because I have no right to live anymore. I'm ready to get the death penalty. The captain died because of me. And then, on top of it all, I used his body to frame Orla. I was gonna kill Orla and she wasn't even to blame. She didn't do anything wrong. The only thing I can do now is pay for it all with my life. I can't do anything. I couldn't save the captain. I couldn't avenge Azura's death. Mr. Rhymes, you have the wrong idea about Miss Summers' death. Not even the first Aura Shipley was responsible for her dying. Aura, of her own accord, was trying to save Miss Summers' life. What? What are you talking about? Azura Summers suffered from a heart condition, but she didn't tell anyone, and she performed in the pirate show anyway. She had a heart attack and died before anyone could save her. I'm sure she didn't think Aura attacked her. There was nothing to avenge. No way. A heart condition? She never said a word about it. Maybe she didn't want you to worry about her. So, I wanted to get revenge all this time. For nothing? Oh my god. Okay. So neither case was murder. Not a year ago and not this time either. Your responsibility in this matter is great, but I believe you can be rehabilitated.
Marlon, you better come back to Ship Shape Aquarium when you're done, you hear? Orla and I and everybody will be waiting for you. You still have a lot to offer, Mr. Rhymes. Live your life and never give up, for the sake of those who are gone as well.
I promise to make up for what I've done, even if it takes me my whole life. Mr. Wright, Sasha, thank you. Well, I have seen countless trials, but never one that ended like this. I don't know how Mr. Right, but you always seem to manage to turn things around. I think all this excitement has taken a few years off my life.
Is that praise or a diss?
Now then, the court finds the defendant, Sasha Buckler,
Not guilty.
Court is now adjourned.
Congratulations on your win. Thank you for all your help today, Pearls. All I do is have fun with Orla. Orla, I'm back. I missed you, girl. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you and Orla, Sasha. Everything turned out great. Phoenix, Athena, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Orla and I are both really grateful. I will now act out me gratitude with a little performance. Arg.
Miss Orca Lover, don't you think you'd better take care of your health first?
Alright, fine. I promise no more shows until I'm better. I don't want anybody to worry about me after all.
Good. I'm glad that's settled. Hey, buddy, Mr. Lawyer. You just had to blab every single one of the aquarium secrets, didn't you?
I'm sorry, Dr. Crab.
Nah, that's alright. I'm glad.
It was kind of hard to tell.
Although glad, thanks to you, they now know we're using the illegal torpedo system. But I think we'll be able to wiggle out of serious repercussions somehow. That writer lady is advocating for us, saying the law itself is to blame. She said she's gonna look into getting the law changed.
Wow. Go, Mr. Plume. He sure is a powerhouse.
There's one thing you didn't figure out, by the way. Keep this to yourself, will you? We don't want it getting out publicly. Remember that appointment I had written down in my calendar?
Oh, you mean meet the captain at the orca pool at 7 a.m.?
That note meant the orca pool at the Supermarine Aquarium, not Ship Shapes.
What? What? Did they move the other orca there? Why are we supposed to meet there?
Jack and I, we visited the Supermarine Aquarium once a month. Any idea why?
Get dolphin therapy treatment?
No, silly. Remember I told you? Jack and I were against putting the orca down from the start.
What? You mean...
Just pretended to put the first Aura Shipley down. The Supermarine Aquarium is harboring her for us.
What? Oh, so that talk about large amounts of money you were paying them?
Once a month, the owner and the vet disappeared from this aquarium, and I came to find out that each time a large amount of money was being paid out. We were paying for Aura's care. You wouldn't believe how much fish orcas eat. Now that it's been proven she was innocent all along, I think we could bring her back soon. Until then, keep it under your hat, okay?
Huh? What was he telling you about? Oh, nothing much. By the way, Orla wants to give you a little celebratory prize. I want you to give her a celebratory prize. Orla specifically requested that you give it to her, Phoenix. Alright, fine. Let's see. What can I give her? I got a fish!
Take that!
Orla, it's coming a day late, but congratulations on your verdict. Phoenix, you're so dramatic. Oh my, aren't you lucky? That's Orla's best trick, the thank you kiss trick. Oh, Orla, I want to be next. Oh my god, it was adorable. It was so cute. And so, the curtain fell on my first trial in years.
I'm looking forward to the comeback of Sasha and Orla's swashbuckler spectacular. After all, I made a comeback of my own as a lawyer. A few months later. Date time. It's been a while since I visited Shipshape Aquarium. Now that Sasha has recovered from her illness, she's performing today. There's still some time before the show starts. I think I'll wander around a bit. Hi, Phoenix. Hope you enjoy the show today. The orcas are excited and ready to go. Oh, I'm sure I'll enjoy... Wait a minute. Did you say orcas as in plural? Yup, let me show you. What? 2 Orlas? Don't tell me. Yup, you caught it right. Aura Shipley the First has returned to Shipshape Aquarium. We be the 3 pirate sisters. Arg. We be out to stop the evil Scallywag League, led by Red Stash and the giant octopus. Well, I don't want to get in the way of their rehearsal. Guess I better go. Well, if it isn't Blue Boy, did you come for my book signing? Oh, Mr. Plume, there's a book signing? Yes, my new book is just out. It's called Shipshape Aquarium. Don't pull the plug. The book signing will be held here in this room. After all, the vet owes me a favor. Yeah, she got them to approve the use of the torpedo. I'm grateful. But why does she keep coming to my lab to bother me every single day? My next work would be entitled Sniper, the Penguin Leaves the Nest. Stop this cacophony! Why am I surrounded by carping females? Gee, Dr. Crab gets all the ladies. I guess I'll leave him to it. Oops, it's almost time for the show. Where have you been, Daddy? Polly and Athena already went in. While we were waiting, I bought some souvenirs to take back to the village. Sorry to keep you waiting. I bet they'll love your souvenirs back home, Pearls. By the way, I heard a certain someone is going to be in today's show. A certain someone? I wonder who it could be. Oh, it's almost time. The show's just about to start. All right, let's go to the show stage then. Trucy, my love. Saved you all seats, Mr. Wright. Oh, I can't believe I get to see the show again. I'm so happy I want to dive in the pool. You better not. I think they'll call security. You're welcome in the pool anytime, Athena, but Red Stash is the best swimmer of all. Huh? Who have you got playing Red Stash's role? Sasha, Aura, and Orla are ready to go. Hey, I know that voice. Yep, you know it. Marlon is back, and he's playing the role of Red Stash. He's only a couple months. I guess it was accidental death, but... It'd be the new Swashbuckler Spectacular. Hope you enjoy it, me buckos.
And so, our pirates set sail for bluer seas under a sunnier sky. As for me, I set foot into the world of law once more as a full-time lawyer.
God, the music in these games are so good. End. Fabulous. All right. Time to do, I believe, episode 4. Let's start it. We start with a trial. courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think. But there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. The cosmic turnabout. I think this is a sad one.
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
I don't think the check's complete
Come in
anymore.
at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Oh, sorry to bother you, but... Are you alright, Apollo? Oh, was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Cords of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present for my garden. Lotus roof? Is that a lotus roof? That's right. My grandma says lotus roof is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kinda tough though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops, if she didn't think me weird before now, or think me weird before, she will now. I gotta calm down. Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi there, hi Thina. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it, you sly little thing, you. Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Hang. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, Mr. Solomon Saul Starbuck. Okay. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd asked about space travel, and he'd launched into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. Okay. He's so depressed it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space. You just have to go into space again. You just have to go into space again, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran, I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? Never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. I'm just gonna stop. I can't. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today, you'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. Cause of death, stabbing. Victim was discovered in the 3rd floor lounge. Oh, Clay. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Though thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo is in denial. Apollo is compartmentalizing things. Apollo. Trial's about to begin. The feds would please proceed to the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is the one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. We have an eye boo-boo now? I thought that happened in the explosion. How did we get an eye boo-boo? The fence is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. A touchy age of 25, or however old he is. Okay, I can't see it from here. Very well. And the prosecution? Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're starting off with this. That was the bomb case. The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. That famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs? How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. But for whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? And guys, hope for the future. Hope guys are gonna get back alive. Come along on a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away. They even made that incident into a movie and everything. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Terran, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant, and so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you ask so nicely, it's your coffin. Blackwell! You can't say that to the judge! Ah! Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. You jest. Due to its immense size, we have little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Whew. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life.
Does he even have 50 years left?
Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then, please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you will. On it! First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. There we go. Take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? Oh, that was a judge, whatever. You got it. The incident took place at the launch pad 1, in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Oh god. Okay. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom. One on the 2nd floor of the Space Center's main building, and one on Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already found dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yup, thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off it, though, because the defendant was in a spacesuit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I see. So, we know that the bomb was in the main building. We know that the bomb in the main building was on the 2nd floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launch Pad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Thank you. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. Okay. For the rocket was set to launch, the 2 bombs went off. We don't have any. Okay, we only have the evidence that he gave. I'm just gonna press all the things because I don't know anything. How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever, wherever, and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is, but I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. Huh? What'd he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators on the third-floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. How did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the space station. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. The Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Evacuation report. Police officers... The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives? Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Fooled, right? The motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These are anti-anxiety tablets we found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There are a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
That doesn't mean he'd go as far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him Soul Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these contradictions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Ugh. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious crime.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the 2 of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state that up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you'd think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. Is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there was only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then.
Hold it!
So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hope and dreams of space. And then both their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue.
Hold it!
And he was the first to find the victim. Actually, there was two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. Oh gosh, she's a dead woman from the beginning, okay. One of them was a detective. Yep, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Two witnesses, huh? One of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono, foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera, as the two astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security cameras caught their desperate escape. Does he have a knife in his chest? It doesn't look like he does. And he's missing... I don't know. Now I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. How do we know which one is carrying the other? Order, order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Apollo? How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fool, right? Explain it to Justice Dono. You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone could enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All the video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
And there's no knife in his chest either. Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Fortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. The argument is lacking in sound logic. It sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well, Hi, Athena. Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh! Ready? We don't have time! Spit it out, Athena! Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like, they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain? Something they didn't explain. You're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument you'd like to rebut? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way. What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? Why the body was moved. They talked about motive, so I guess it's this. They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim, he was helping him. Fool Bright. Explain it for our sad friend here, before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Huh? They gotta be kidding. They're gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success that with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We use that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. What? One in the second floor of the main building, one in the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, The victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a particular item was found in one of Mr. Starbucks' pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. You found what? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. Whether the Space Center director and Detective Arms stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble-brained that he is. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. God, Apollo, that was a little dramatic. Apollo, honey. Justice Dono, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body-moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then, making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? Reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who'd wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. I really don't care what happens anymore. Ha ha ha. Oh no, he's completely given up. What a depressing fellow. You would join me in the clink. I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? God, it's Blackwell? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. Yeah, the elevator thing. The elevator was on fire, wasn't it? The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Took the elevator down. Power outage. I think it's this.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right, which means... Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Mr. Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention! Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet! Ah! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. Ah! Oh god, man's having a mental breakdown. Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck the astronaut. Yeah, he seems more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually, took a different route, I think. A different route? You think? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean, probably. Probably? It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. Okay. My escape route. Let's see, my escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we can make our escape that way. How did you do? You were carrying... No, not possible. And the capsule you mentioned. I suppose you mean the thing that next to Mr. Terran here. Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contained asteroid samples. Ow. Ow. Sorry, my knee just started to hurt. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his suit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you could see the stars in prison. I bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship. Alright, that latter statement, I think. Yeah, no, you didn't. You definitely didn't do that. I guess this. Cause that's, yeah.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Repair the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. A ladder? I guess? Yeah, because you didn't have any hands. To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course, that was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other, is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now. Engineers, where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately. Oh, Jesus. What the? He's flying the coop. Help, I'm caught to the ceiling. Help, anyone? Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. Jesus. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness. Yikes. Yes? I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that. What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is, ironically, terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh, I sense things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What? Jenny thought you were going to say he was smoking sweet. Getting high before going high. Order in the court. We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Ugh, why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Man was flying higher than any rocket? Absolutely. I guess he didn't want anyone to find out he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it? Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. The defendant could climb down with his free hand. There's no mention. He would have bruising.
Objection!
Drop the body would do such a disrespectable thing. Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. Well, you were capable of quick thinking. You are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Hi, love. Hi, Carly. How you doing? Thanks for hanging out. Happy Friday. Oh, really? What did I just missed? Completely missed it. Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. Oh, really? Thanks. It's ruptured. I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found in the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
You're doing all right? I'm doing good. I'm happy it's the end of the week. Happy it's the weekend. It's been a long week. A spacesuit that isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy. A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. Y'all have any plans? Tomorrow, I am hanging out. First, I'm gonna go hang out with some friends while one dyes the other's hair, and hopefully, I'm also gonna let them go shopping in the just abundance of clothes. I keep punching my microphone that I have cleaned out of my closet and bedroom in the past week, and then I'm hanging out with the boy, or I guess as we have, because Cody and I came up with a BB for blonde boy. We're gonna hang out tomorrow night or evening. I don't know. We haven't nailed anything down because we're insane. And then Sunday I have a virtual D&D with my work people, which I'm very excited about because I think some of my characters' like story stuff is gonna happen. We're gonna see Dune. I never saw the first Dune. So I will not be seeing the second Dune if I haven't seen the first one. Do you have plans? Both of you? So falling a few earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the rail.
Objection!
You might be going to see it unplanned. You just have to watch the first one first. I think it's on HBO. I think. I could be wrong about that. I think it's on a streaming service, but I don't remember which one. But should it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, The knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. What are the chances? Nope, probably take yourself to the farmer's market or something. That sounds nice, though. I do love going to a farmer's market. I gotta see if there's one anywhere around me anymore. Because I miss doing that in college. You forget our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suit works. He's got me there. I know it's on some streaming service, but we just canceled our extra ones besides Netflix and Prime Video. Hopefully it's one of those. I'm gonna Google it. Because I'm curious. Dune streaming. It's on Hulu and Max. And Prime Video? It might also be on Prime Video. I'm just gonna really quick do a little Dune. Oh, you can rent it. It's gonna go. The one I was okay going to alone closed. Oh, so gotta work the courage to go to a different one. I get that. That sucks. That's really annoying. And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It's clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran. There's always the alternative. Yo ho. Oh, if your Max sub is still working, then why is Blackwell so bad at his job? Drag him, Carly. Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Jesus Christ! The victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. The defendant's had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. 0% left. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Displaying the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured, and the remaining oxygen was 0%. Tank belonging to Starbuck, who claimed to have carried the victim, is said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly at the time. Let's see, the display in the... Yeah. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. That says 50. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. It really is. And he threatens Apollo like he doesn't lose every single time. I know. Space Boy. Yes. I keep calling him Space Boy. This man is almost certainly older than Blackwell. Almost certainly. Yeah, he is. Like 5 years. For sure, we'll call him Space Boy. Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful, even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not half bad thought. Mr. Starbuck, Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh, yes, Apollo. You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you are an incredible man. He said you'd never give up on your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. for Clay. You're wasting your breath. Okay, my man. I hate okay. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck. Wow. I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. After that, we'll get you back into space. Blackwell somehow spawned and despawned his feather when Starbuck said he was going to prison. Really? I'll have to watch that clip later. You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! My man is having a mental breakdown. Again, just a manic one this time. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. You simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your boldness? Ugh, I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Oh. I won't let Clay's dream to remain I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I'm really sad. It was such a cute picture. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, and the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck, so the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. I think that the person being carried is Starbuck, and that it's Clay still walking. Now let's see about this data that we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now. It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining, while Mr. Terran's had 0. Do you stand by that accuracy, the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. Like he was drugged and knocked out? Yeah. Yeah. He was definitely drugged. Slipped those anti-anxiety medications and it's fucking with his head. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. Where's the picture? Do I not get
that picture as evidence? Oh god, then what is the... Wait, is it this? It's this. Okay.
Take that!
Now does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is this part here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased. You see, Your Honor I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? I was like panicking. I was not properly looking at the things. It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse. I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot prove an adequate counter-argument to this point to provide, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on this oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Yes. Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen tank appears to have increased. The victim was carrying the defendant. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. Saying Mr. over and over again is really tongue-tying me. It was what? Order, Mr. Justice. You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at the point in time. Just random. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
You made that argument for me. Because Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Or Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. That fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. We need to add miss or mix in there to make the word lose meaning exactly. There are two people who claim to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right?
You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arms should be here in the court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? Oh? Oh? I have an announcement to everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. But please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it is about to explode. Explode? Okay, this is the moment the courtroom explodes. A bomb now? Ah, everybody run! I don't want to die! No, everybody's panicking. They don't seem to look like they're panicking. It's a very calm panic.
Silence.
What is he doing here? This is the case that this is a flashback case to the case right before the first case. That was barely English, but this is chronologically the first case of the game, I think. Because I don't think that Phoenix was a defense attorney yet in it. No, maybe not. No, I'm a liar. 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 This is not chronologically the first case. The first case chronologically is the yokai one. Anyway, headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? Who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. Apollo, I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch, let me go. I think it's Yokai School, Orca, this one, bomber case. I think that's the... Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet? Eek! Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no! Not that way! Ah! Juniper was watching in the audience. I don't know why. But she did, like, make herself known when we were in the defendant's lobby. Maybe just there to support. Oh my god. Okay, we'll get through one more of this, I think, and then in the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. Yeah, she's got a crush on Apollo. So, this one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Like, she said she was supporting Athena, but her knitting said Apollo. Exactly. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. My sweet boy Apollo. God, I wish you were in this game. It's your trilogy. I wish you were really actually in this game, my man. But, you know. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Tony like that on top of all his other injuries.
Apollo was resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. Yes, you have. Phoenix. Yep. Man gets beat to hell, but at least he gets his name on the cover. Wait, what was wrong with his eye? If it was wrong before the explosion? He hasn't said. He, like, refused to answer when the judge asked about it. And Athena was like, he keeps saying it's a sty. But he won't talk further, so we don't know yet. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now you don't have anyone to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. Does she know he's her brother yet? In this? We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. All right, enough of this, people. This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? We better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I'd better catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. Stop saying that word. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. I need a mod for this game just to replace the word panties with bloomers. That's all I want. That's it. That's all that's the only thing the mod does, is replace that word. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too. All right, you two. Let's be careful out there. I love Trucy. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous even I've heard of him. That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow. That was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously gotta stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we're all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Now I'm scared for Athena's backstory. I think her mom
I think he probably knows her mom, from what I have been spoiled of her backstory. That's really all I know. I think she has something to do with space. Here we go! 3, 2, 1, to the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. Everybody had traumatic things happen 7 years ago. Specifically 7 years ago. The year 2019 was traumatic for everyone. And then I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know. Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? It must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly, that's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say, they even managed to plant your print on the switch before slipping it in. That's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example? That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Okay. That's not what I wanted to click. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. This is so anxiety-inducing. I don't like it. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. This background sounds, do you sounding like Dr. Coomer with that there's nothing out there talk? An experience like that would make everybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. Sounds like an anxiety attack, it really does. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Were you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. I still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim, Clay Terran. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything was gonna be just fine. You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? Oh, Apollo. I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. He actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine! Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is going to be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you both. Or both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. I love him too. I love all of them so much. Capcom's having a poll right now. It's like, choose your favorite character. I can't pick a favorite character. I love them all so much. They're all just my little garden of children. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. Entrance. I can't go to the clinic and visit Apollo. Let's see how he's doing. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this Space Center would be. Look at the, octopus thing. The card cutout. I love so many Capcom characters and all the AA characters included. No way, man. Yeah, I can't. And then, because they also, in that poll, split up Phoenix, into the different games. So, you could vote for,
regular Phoenix or Justice for All Phoenix or Phoenix or Duel Destinies Phoenix. It was like, how do I choose? How do I choose between like Trials and Tribulations Phoenix and Apollo Justice Phoenix? I can't. I love both of those, the versions of those men, so much. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look how brightly the Gaiax logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I don't know how you choose. I really can't. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaiax, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is Gaia supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA, or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know, maybe the person who came up with the name just really liked the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter full speed ahead. Who is this? What is this? Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Yikes, who's this geezer and what does he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are? My glorious name is Yuri Cosmo. Oh no, is he Russian? His name is Yuri. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center and Center of the Cosmos. I'll do a bad Russian accent again. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... when they said Yuri, I was picturing, like, Yuri on Ice. Yuri. Which I know one of them is Russian, but I was picturing Japanese Yuri. I kind of wasn't expecting old Russian man. So you were the first one to discover Clay's body, were you? Or weren't you? He was the first to find the victim. Actually, there was two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident. Are you by any chance the space police? You can't hack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate this case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. What have I done? Now I'm just imagining Yuri from Yuri on Ice being the first man to space. That man has more anxiety than Starbuck. He could never. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Yeah, let's chat, Yuri. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going, for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Phoenix is so sassy. Attention all personnel, to break stations, prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what
it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat One project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the Center of the Cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. I'm doing a very bad accent. And my tongue is doing things I don't want it to do. What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. I mean, you did say you were going to do a bad accent to success. Yeah. It looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. Ow. I bit the inside of my lip. It fucking hurts. The Hat One was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home? I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete history of the Hat One project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat One's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat One reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe toward the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat One returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat One miracle. Oh god, that's not. So that struggle was when the incident known as the Hat One miracle occurred, right? The text on top of the text is not good for the reading. Correct, and it was truly a miracle. Of course, they had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples of the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? These samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Darren's murder. Regrettably, we had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work in those asteroid samples. Graphic design is my passion. I couldn't read what they were saying, so I'm glad you could. I want to bestow new hope and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission, as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I know I can make the, contrast behind the words darker, but, I like to be able to see through it. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It is not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind. All for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Liar. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am very busy and a very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage! That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Alright. Let's go to... What is that? Oh, good. It's turning around. I get to keep looking at it. It's like if Nessie was a seahorse. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main floor here on the right side, on the 3rd floor. Main building. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from the launch pad 1 after the explosion. I'm adding thes where there is none. Same brain, yeah. You there, no admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission, not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So, Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the launch pad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. Dang stream delay. Twitch, get it together. So, to get to the launch pad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we could just pass through. Now, come on, let's go! Sometimes the game just takes me to the places it wants me to go, and sometimes it makes me go to them. And I can't really discern a pattern as to which, like, why for each. Hello, Mr. Robot. So, this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. Yep, this is the only thing connecting launch pad 1 with the main building. I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. The launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny, this corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the space station. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. Who are you, and what have you done with Detective Fulbright? I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it, a month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Gumshoe wouldn't have made it so weird to be helpful about it. I know, I miss him so much. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incident, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure a rocket... The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us. To serve and protect. Ha 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 ha. Man got laid. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course. A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the ones over in the launch pad 1 also blew sky high. 1, not ones. So I immediately instructed the visitors and employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right, there's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite a madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Okay. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder sounds kind of fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Oh? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. Haha, I thought you should know that there was a witness. Why is he telling us? What did Blackwell do to piss him off? That he's like, I'm just gonna tell everything to the defense team. Like, could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Maybe Blackwell got laid and he didn't. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Ha ha ha! Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright, thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. Well, now I am going to worry about you, Fulbright. Jesus Christ. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. You two, Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub, too, if you'd like. That's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep.
Picked it up at the entrance. The map inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Why are we making such a big deal how big this room is? We investigated like a whole temple before, Phoenix. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving about outside the window? Yep. Oh, boss. It's just a holographic image. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Whew, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is that you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. Alright. We're gonna go left to right, right to left. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy. We usually say west, east, and south in case this is, or in a case like this, you know. Details, details. Anyway, look at the west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. That's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right, next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon on to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door to the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So, it's the center of the space center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems like they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. Always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here... I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay, good to know. Okay, what about that last door? This lower door. Oh, excuse me, I mean south door. It leads to the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Has to have, you know, it's gotta be. Process of elimination, Phoenix. Yep, and of course there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. They have changed my perspective. I want to start with this. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. A window. It's right next to the holographic image, too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. Okay. That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the tables, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? I totally didn't even notice this thing here. Until she said it, didn't notice it at all. No matter how I look at it, all I could think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to 0 gravity. Ugh, my lip hurts. Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just out-muscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Oh, some kind of fragment? Stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what that glint was all about. The color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbucks dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. You and I went to space camp. Did you actually go to space camp, Carly? This proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So, you did in Alabama? Oh my god, that's why were you in Alabama? When did you go to Alabama? That's like the last date I would have expected you to say. In April? Like last year April? It snowed in April or just general April? I'm so... So Paula was right. The scene of the murder wasn't part of the launch pad. Snowed in April. Way to go, Paulo. It was like 8th grade. Oh, okay. So this is where they discovered Clay. We went in April and the snow fell in the sky and all of us Hawaii kids ran out. It was a school trip. Oh, okay. What? That's a crazy school trip. I love it. What a good 8th grade trip. We went to Quebec for our 8th grade trip, which was fun. It was a long bus ride. He was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. He was stretched out like this and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos? Yeah, it was a very long bus ride. It was like probably a good 7 hours. They did it like overnight, so like we all slept, but it was very long. That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said it contains asteroid samples. Oh right, Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? Why were they bringing the samples into space if they just got back? I was like, how do you even get anything done in a 14-hour round trip? Yeah, when we left like the night before, or like it was like 11 o'clock at night that we left, and then we arrived there early in the morning, and then I think when we left it might have been like actually like during the day that we traveled to go home, because I think we got back late. I don't know. I don't remember. That was 10 years ago. More than that. That was like 15 years ago. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it would have been like 15 years ago. Oh my god. If they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? Okay, got everything in this corner. Alright, now let's flip the camera. Let's see, this door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright, yep. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Then does this mean that the bomber's prints are verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I was just itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. And I'm like, wait, did you get bathroom breaks? I think we did. I think we stopped at least once. And then we had to stop at the border, obviously. But I think there was at least 1 or 2 rest stops along the way. And there was a bathroom on the bus, which you did not want to use. Now let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now to sprinkle some here and a little over there and whoop. The longest drive you've done is like 3 hours and you peed halfway through. The longest drive I ever did, my dad and I drove, we did this twice, drove home from college with my car. We drove down. Yeah, we did the trip of Pennsylvania to Florida a couple of times. The first time when we first went down with my car, we took Amtrak, and they have a thing you could put your car on the train. And so we did that the first time. But then we drove home the whole way, and we did it over 2 days. So we did like 6 hours and 6 hours, and like traded off driving. But then I went back to school. I don't remember how we split it up when I went back for my senior year, like to go down. Because we drove. Obviously, I had my car. But then coming home when after graduation, we did it in one go. We just like decided to just muscle through because like we got the timing right when we left, that like we were missing all the major traffic like through the cities and like around the cities. So there was like we were just like at a good pace, and I think that was like a good 12 to 14 hours. We just traded back and forth. Whoever wasn't driving was napping. It was a long drive, but I was like, it was much nicer to just get home. Like, I was glad to do it. I don't know that I would do it again, but in that moment, we were just like, we just want to go home and be in our own bed and not have to sleep in South Carolina in a random hotel in the middle of nowhere. Like, oh, we got something. Oh, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although, I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right, and there's a security footage of the store, too. Yeah, here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. I wonder what this big knob is for. Looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for the stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. Then I guess all we can say for now is it's a mystery knob. So this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Well, I guess we could try. Now to line up my hand with the outline. Don't, Athena. The thing's related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? Athena, I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Major dad energy. Okay. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. But just one more for the road. Peace! Very mature. She's 18. She's allowed to be a goof. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Well then, what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Oh. Carly, did you get to wear moon shoes? Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. Is that a bullet? What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make the caliber 10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. Did Clay get shot and then they stabbed it to make it not look like a gunshot wound? This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left of the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Okay. 10 caliber is crazy. Okay, I think that's everything in that. I don't know what this hatch is. What's this? A trap door? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way! All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? We can go say hi to it if you want. Okay. That's everything here. Nope. There we go. Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know where you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anyone who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. That was very rude, Phoenix. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovering after a training session. I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? These didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. Right. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There's such things as buttons left unpushed. Hey, the giant holographic image just appeared. Yeah, though, that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. Okay.
The holographic image off the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come with my best ideas at times like these. Okay. Alright. That's it? Am I missed anything? I must have, but I don't know what. No. What haven't I checked? Ceiling? Body? Door? Got everything in there to my knowledge. Door? Oh, there it is. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say it was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around anywhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. Okay. Guys, we already found it. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Here we go. There we go. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes. What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. You did get to be part of a mission control and in the spaceship. Oh, that sounds fucking so fun. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. You're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch, that hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh. This robot is pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? As a babby. The babby is be immature, but it's still fun. Does she have titties? Are you asking if the robot has titties? I didn't register that, but when she comes back on screen, oh. Oh wow, what is this place? Is that rocket real? Oh, I see it now. I guess she kind of does. Or it's like she's wearing like seashells, like Little Mermaid. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Oh god. I keep feeling like I'm gonna sneeze, but then I don't. It's like trapped in my sinuses. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite of the main building from Launchpad 1. Okay.
Ask me anything, anything. I will explain.
Sure. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up.
This is a replica of the Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1, inside and out. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day.
I wonder if Panko knows why the launch was canceled.
Over there is an exhibit from the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Check it out.
Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of?
Clay. Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project.
Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different.
And that's...
What is it, Athena? Something wrong? Is that her mom?
Oh, nothing.
Hey, look at Panko. Why is Panko got a bunch of bandages? Is it the girl and is the lady on the end her mom?
I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young, too, that's all.
Well, it was 7 years ago, after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Terran, the victim. Clay is so cute. So they were mentor and protege, even way back then. How old would... So, 15? Am I doing math correctly? No, not at all. 16. 7. 23 minus 7. I feel so dumb. It is 16. Okay. And he's even got one of the staff's jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member.
No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy.
This space museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor.
Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead?
There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money!
Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot?
While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago.
That's what Director Cosmo said, too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed.
And here it is, the Hope space probe.
I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule and that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo, which makes sense. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. Okay, sure. Panko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right?
Checking registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe.
It contained the asteroid samples, right?
Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since its return to Earth. It must not be removed! It must not be removed!
Don't worry, Panko. The people in charge already know what's happened.
They do? They do? I must ask them later.
So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Okay. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you?
The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle, my spiky-haired mind.
I want to know. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too.
Great. Now Athena's got a case of poncoitis.
Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails and brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all.
It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. Your voice here is also cute. Oh, thank you. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh?
That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged.
I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there's all kinds of procedures.
I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold.
Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable.
Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database.
I guess Honko can only answer certain questions. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum.
Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently.
It's because Ponko is so friendly.
Well, what should we investigate next?
Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about.
Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor.
Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop.
Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to live. Oh. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice?
There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor.
Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then.
If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him.
You mean that lady in distress bit? We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right, a warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with the Detective Arm gone and all.
But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together.
We already know Detective Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy.
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Whoa, he got Apollo's and Mice prints. He even got prints for all the robots. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep.
Ah, Clay's fingerprints are here too.
I personally removed his gloves during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all.
I still can't believe you took off his gloves to get his fingerprints.
Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There's a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in this lounge, so depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides.
Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but the prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head going into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right, Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hope and dreams for his space adventure right then. Okay. Do I gotta present something else to him? Hold on. Present the security cam footage. All right. I love that feature. That tells me exactly what to do. Because I completely forgot. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Oh. Huh? The screen went black. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Okay. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Oh, Kagatama. It's been a while, but those are definitely psyche locks. Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, psyche lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Did he know Clay or something? He might have. Sending evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. He either knew Clay or Solomon. Could be either one. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. I have done it multiple times. At least one. I think it's been multiple times. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I don't need the tutorial, but thank you so much. This is not the first time we've done this. Why you're being cooperative. I think you're hiding something, Detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Justice, I guess? I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yup, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim, as long as this existed. Oh God, I don't know. I
assume this.
Take that!
Must be something wrong with my sunglasses today. You're not presenting that to me as evidence, are you? Okay. You're making fun of me. Okay, so it's not that. Oh god, I don't fucking know. My attorney's badge. As there's no consequences, so I'm just gonna start.
Take that!
I'm just gonna start presenting everything. Because I truly have no idea. That's not the button I wanted to press.
Take that!
It's not gonna be the bullet. It's obviously not the bullet. Because that was after the incident. I keep hitting the fucking wrong button.
Take that! Take that!
Knife. Nope. Nope.
Take that!
There, okay. Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Now hold on for just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of the detail from the outset. Her.
Take that!
Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright. You crumbled real fast. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, we were warned about a potential bombing, but the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone, directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you're so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Because Edgeworth wanted him to. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. Yes, I got that. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would had to have. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past? Phantom, huh? Not one of the friendly variety either, I guess. What friendly phantoms are you thinking of, Phoenix?
This phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. Thinks they may be connected to this case? Yep, this case has way too many similarities with what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident and the Phantom. Not to mention Blackwell's past. Can y'all just tell me what the incident was? It's almost inconceivable that you would come to a head here. Was Blackwell involved with Hat 1? Yeah, I don't know, maybe he was. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he acts so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. Also, I will not be saying a singular word to Blackwell outside of the courtroom, so you do not have to worry about it. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. I don't know, you do have a tasing device. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In Justice We Trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In Justice We Trust. Okay, later. Okay, he's kind of a dork, but he's growing on me. There he goes. Wait, were we supposed to say In Justice We Trust back there too? Let's go see that witness now. Alright, the Space Center entrance it is. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello, hello. I'm just giving the same voice. Uh-oh, don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Klonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Oh, it's... Hello. Again? I've had it with you. Hunk of junk. Gah! I'm I'm outside. I'm wondering, when did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Sister? Mom? Blackwell? Could she be? And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clunko. That's me, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. God, but Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clunko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There. I bet you won't be talking back now. God, I will obey completely. Yikes, I better watch out. Watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up. Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Okay, yeah. I didn't think Mom. She looked too young to be Mom, but... You know. Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being in prison. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes amongst inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, Hunk of Junk? Gah! Miss Aura, that hurts! I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But, Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackwell family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. Not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge, the very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand and a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see, but you did witness the moment of the murder? Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife, and it happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you, it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. It had good taste in knickknacks, anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter? I better remember that. Okay. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers. That's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Hey, you! Look alive there! Jesus Christ. Don't project your sibling hatred on us, yeah. Yes, here I go! I am the ultimate robot! Oh god. Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. That's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Did Blackwell get convicted for killing her mom? I think so. I think Blackwell got convicted for killing Athena's mom, yes. That's I think what I've heard. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. Because she's been pretty okay around him. Yeah. I don't know if she knows. Or at the very least, I don't know if she knows. But also, I think maybe she knows it wasn't him. She made some weird comments here and there about, like, I have to save him. And I think she might be talking about Blackwell. I think maybe she knows it wasn't Simon. But I don't know. Yeah, I could fix him. Yes, thank you, Cody. No, yeah, she's made like once or twice made weird comments. I think she knows Aura because that I think in that picture from the Hat 1 launch of the crew, I think her mom was the one all the way on the end. I don't think we have that picture in our No, I don't have that picture. So if her mom worked on the Hat launch, she's 18 now, so she would have been 11. She probably came to work with her mom at least once. She probably met all of these people, even if it was years ago, and Aura obviously doesn't remember her. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? You might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. There's a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? That's it? No friendly tips, no good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. Athena, I think we need to chat. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess that's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. All right, then. Next stop, the detention center. Can I talk to you about... Nope, okay. About the castle? Where's the detention center? There it is. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark, and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right. Too. Excuse me. But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yup, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be helpful, so please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow? That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene, and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Relevant evidence tidied up. What did we get rid of? I don't even know. I didn't know the evidence well enough. I don't know why I thought I would. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldune's noodles. Apollo? Oh, Apollo! Honey? Oh, I think that's Clay's jacket. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. And he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. This picture. Look at Apollo smiling. Seems like only yesterday, Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We'd talk well into the night, and even then we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, honey. Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. It was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom. Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? Oh, God, look at them! Oh my God, I'm not okay. I always think everyone else has a mom. Why am I the only one? Oh my God. But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine. And then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. I'm so cute. I'm so upset. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. It's okay, bud. Nobody really needs two parents. Oh. I'm so sad. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. And then there's somebody else who said something similar. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer, myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. Ugh, he's not walking out on us like that. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. All right, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm so upset. Apollo baby. Honey, sweet summer child. Oh. Well, what a note to end up on. Oh god. I'm so upset. Oh. God. This game. These fucking games. Well, that's gonna do it for me tonight. Jesus Christ. I started noticing the parallels of like Aura. Yeah. I will be very curious what the outcome of this case is, because this, and I'm very curious to see what will be the final case. If this is the penultimate, and we're like touching on Blackwell's backstory, and maybe the last case is called Turnabout for Tomorrow. Oh my god, it's an investigation and then 2 trials, and that's it. Maybe it's like the way that Ace Attorney Resolve, or Great Ace Attorney Resolve, ended, where the last case was actually just a continuation of the case before.
So far, so good. I am glad we got the goofy orca case out of the way, because I feel like that would be quite a tonal shift to do what these dramatic ass cases and then go to Orca Pirate Town. But anyway, that is going to do it for me tonight. I need to go to bed so that I can go hang out with my friends tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I always love when you guys are here and when you are chatting and hanging out with me. I appreciate it so much. You're the best. I love you both. I love all of you guys very much. Yeah. So, thank you guys for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday night and a fan-freaking-flippin-tastic weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, all right? Goodbye.